all well in this spring reality we're in. Actually, you're a bird. That's quite lovely. How spring is that?
That's my bird clock.
Oh, okay. I was like, wow, they're really going at it outside your window there.
No, you'll hear that every hour if everybody's quiet.
Not a chance of that. Well, very good. Seeing that it is 6 o'clock and
By the bird.
By the bird, yes, indeed. Hearing that it is 6 o'clock. And seeing that we are being recorded, thank you, KALB. This meeting is called to order, this special meeting, I should say, for April 18th, 2022. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Gary?
Here.
Councilmember McQuay?
Here.
Councilmember Nason is absent.
Yes, she is absent.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Here.
And Mayor Jordan?
Here. And that brings us to the study session regarding negotiations for a new recyclables, organics, solid waste collection franchise agreement. The city staff, you may provide your report.
Sorry, if you give me a second, let me bring up the staff.
I'll just take the opportunity to say, Councilman Gary, I'm so glad that your computer came into working condition.
It's still not, so I'm trying to get it.
I was worried you might not be able to make it, so you found a way to be here. I appreciate that.
Good evening, City Council. If we're ready to begin.
Yes, we got right on it.
Okay.
Thank you all for joining.
Good evening. My name is Lizzie, and I'm the city's sustainability coordinator. I'm joined today by Jeff Bond, the community development director, and consultants from HF&H Consulting. The item before the council this evening is a work session for the council to review cost impacts to ratepayers for a new collection services agreement and to provide direction to staff on services and programs to be incorporated into a new agreement. To date, staff has had a series of meetings with Waste Management and have more scheduled. And today we're seeking feedback to guide the remainder of the negotiations process. As the council is aware, the current collection services agreement approved by council in 2011 is set to expire on March 31st, 2023. That's after the city's enacted one extension. The city has one more opportunity to extend the current agreement for a period of up to 5 years, should an agreement between the city and Waste Management not be made before 2023. The collection services agreement is one of the city's largest contracts, which affects all single-family, multifamily, and commercial properties in the city and ratepayers. In 2020, ratepayers paid almost $4.3 million for waste hauling and disposal services in the city of Albany. The agreement is critical to the city's core services, critical to the environment, and critical to the health, safety, and well-being of the community. The agreement is managed by multiple departments, including community development, public works, administration, and finance. Although implementation of the agreement is not discussed often at the council level, it is a document that is referenced daily and takes considerable staff time to implement. The collection services agreement not only provides collection services for landfill, recyclable, and organics, but also provides waste and recycling programs to increase the city's waste diversion, to reduce overall environmental impact, and comply with state mandates. The city is currently diverting approximately half of its waste from landfill, meaning that a new collection services agreement will be an essential tool as the city strives towards goals defined by SB 1383 and the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. At this point, I would like to introduce Rob Hilton and Dave Hilton from HF&H Consultants, who will provide further details on the elements that City Council should consider this evening.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Good to be with you tonight.
I'm going to share my screen and hopefully my presentation and walk you through a little bit of an update on where we are with the negotiations process. So going to cover a little bit of background on what got us to where we are, a little recap on the services provided through this agreement, and then get into the cost and rate impacts that we're looking at right now in the negotiations process, and then talk to you about some options about next steps. And then we're going to have Waste Management join us to present some information about their proposal and their offerings, and then we'll come back to council for some discussion. So as you may remember, this agreement dates back to October of 2011. It's a 10-year base term of the agreement with two extensions of up to 5 years each. And so back in December of 2020, the city started a process of trying to negotiate with Waste Management over the extension of the agreement to include some key services that the city needs for compliance with SB 1383, as well as just because the contract was coming to the end of term, and it was good to have those discussions about what a new term would look like. That was not successful. The parties did not reach agreement during that sole source phase. That was brought back to City Council, and Council authorized the release of a competitive RFP for those same services, having extended the agreement until March 31st of 2023 to buy some time to do that RFP process. Proposals were submitted in December of 2021, and only Waste Management responded. We did some debriefing after that with other potential respondents because we had a very healthy, interested pool of proposers, and there were a number of factors: COVID, the implementation of SB 1383, some union-related issues, and then some issues related to the services under the agreement. It all sort of came together to a perfect storm for other proposers not to be all that attracted. So we set to negotiating with Waste Management to see if we could arrive at a mutually agreeable deal in terms of both the financials and the services to be provided. By way of background, a lot of what the city was looking for from Waste Management had to do with the implementation of SB 1383. As you'll see in the services that I'll walk through coming up here, the city has a pretty modern set of services. You're very comparable to others in Alameda County and in the Bay Area, and certainly leaders nationally in terms of the programming that you have. So your service package didn't need to be changed all that much, but there were a number of things around the implementation of organic waste reduction regulations, particularly outreach related, monitoring, enforcement, things that the city is just not staffed up to do at your scale, and the city was looking for some help from Waste Management. That's specific to the 75% reduction of organic waste to landfill. You're also helped by your partner at Stop Waste around the edible food recovery portion of this, and Stop Waste will really take the lead on that. There's not a whole lot that gets done in that through the franchise agreement itself, but an important piece of the goal, so we wanted to make sure to include it. So your current system is configured into two different contracts, one for the collection of material and then one for the handling of that material and processing of that material after it's been collected. So the focus of this discussion is really related to that collection agreement. The post-collection agreement that deals with the recyclables and organics processing, as well as the landfill disposal of that material, which can't be recycled, is covered under a separate agreement, and that agreement goes to the almost the end of 2031. So the focus of this is really those collection services, which to your single family customers, garbage, recycling, and organics are the things that folks are the most accustomed to dealing with week in and week out. We have a variety of container sizes available, weekly collection, and then some ancillary programs for folks that have odd materials or occasional things that need to be properly handled, like motor oil or batteries or extra yard trimmings that they may have from time to time. On the commercial and multifamily side, very similar, 3-stream collection system, garbage, recycling, and organics. a range of sizes, ranges of collection frequencies available for your businesses and multifamily customers. So a pretty robust set of services really matches the minimum program requirements established in SB 1383 already, 10 years ago for the requirements. In addition, your residents benefit from annual on-call cleanup events for their bulk items and reusable materials. There's a senior reduced rate program, programs for extra services where folks need those, a backyard program, either for a fee for those customers that want it just for convenience, or for customers that may have a disability or a doctor's note that says they can't move their container, the company will provide that backyard service at no charge. Provide holiday tree pickup, a lamp tracker program for fluorescent lamps that need to be properly recycled, cell phones and laptop batteries. And then the company performs some limited amount of education and outreach under the existing agreement. In addition to that, there are some services provided directly to the city, compost giveaway events, collection at city facilities in much the same way that businesses receive collection, support to your special events that you have in the community, and then servicing of your Big Belly public litter containers and other public litter containers in town. So those were the existing services that you already enjoy. We were looking to augment those with some services to support the city in its implementation of SB 1383. And you're a relatively smaller city with smaller staff. And so like other cities of your size, there was a desire to leverage Waste Management's resources or the successful proposers' resources to implement some of these things around SB 1383. In particular, there are requirements to do contamination monitoring of the customer's containers to make sure that the right stuff is going into the right containers. There are compliance reviews and inspections that are required. There's some consideration of folks that might have waivers if they don't have enough organics that they're generating, or maybe they don't have enough space for a container, assessing those situations and granting those waivers. Expanding the fuel use, or looking at alternative fuel use, particularly for RNG that might get you some credit under SB 1383 for procurement. There's a lot of record keeping and reporting under SB 1383 and getting some more help from the hauler on that. Expanding the public education and outreach activities that go on to help customers be more successful with compliance to avoid getting into an enforcement phase with those customers. And then lastly, updating the containers to be compliant with the colors and labeling that's required under SB 1383. But there is a phase-in process between now and 2035 for that color and labeling compliance. So it wasn't as urgent, but would have been nice to have gotten done all at once. In addition, there are some other minor service adjustments that staff was looking at based on input from the community over the last 10 years or so about what may be priorities or not. We're looking at whether the 10-gallon solid waste cart should remain. That was grandfathered in during the last contract. There's some question of how many customers are still actively using that and whether that makes sense to continue. On the other side, whether we should implement a low-income discount program, and then other minor programs to support customers like kitchen pails to help with organics, updates to how the used oil service worked, looking at whether the curbside laptop and cell phone battery collection program still makes sense, and then looking at services to multifamily customers for bulky items and holiday trees. Again, a number of these things are intended to support businesses and multifamilies. They're not things that you have to have in services under SB 1383, but may support their success and successful participation in the programs. So we asked Waste Management, and through the RFP subsequently, all of the proposers for an idea of what these services would look like and what they may cost. What we found through that process was these changes are relatively minor in terms of cost impact. The big cost impact associated with the new agreement had a lot more to do with coming up to the market. We'll talk about that in a minute. So in addition to those items that were in the RFP and under discussion with the proposer, Waste Management brought some options to the table as well. They proposed use of their smart truck system, which Waste Management's team will present just after I'm done here. They proposed use of some brand new facilities at their Davis Street complex, in particular, their organic material recovery facility and composting facility that extracts the organic fraction of waste out of the garbage stream that would otherwise go to the landfill and attempts to recover those organics and other recyclables to a higher and better use. They recommended decreasing the public education budget from the amount we had in the RFP, as well as decreasing the number of diversion coordinators that we had in the RFP in an effort to value engineer the contract. They felt that the amounts we had in there were more than were really needed to do the job, and presented a plan for how to work with fewer resources there, and that was welcomed cost reduction. They proposed using a regional call center rather than having a local call center here in Alameda County. That does offer some savings compared to having a local office, because Waste Management as a company is set up with these regional call centers and does them fairly cost effectively. They proposed using contamination fees in addition to the contamination monitoring to motivate behavior change and to get people into the right service levels. And then they proposed a number of items related to restructuring rates, and I'll get into some more details on that later. But I think it's important to understand that restructuring of rates simply changes who the impact of the cost hits. The overall cost will still be the same number. It just distorts who experiences that increase in cost based on which of the proposals you would implement. So we are looking at a pretty significant rate increase being proposed. And we tried to unpack, why is that happening? And there's some amount of the rate increase that just has to do with the market resetting. You've had an adjustment factor on the rates called an RRI, a refuse rate index, that has adjusted the rates each year of the contract. But in general, we find that hasn't kept up with Waste Management's actual unit cost increases. And so Waste Management was good enough to provide us with unit costs for a number of their cost drivers, particularly labor and equipment, in 2011 when they provided their last proposal, and then in 2021 when they provided their current proposal. And then we've illustrated what the RRI, the refuse rate index, would have adjusted those values to. And with the exception of one item, the 35-gallon cart, where it kind of kept pace pretty well with the inflation of that unit, all of these other items, and particularly the labor, wages, and pension, have increased much more dramatically than the RRI has increased each year. At the top of the slide, you'll see the RRI adjustments for the last 6 years, and you'll see that in several cases, this is less than 3%. In fact, all but 1 year, it's been less than a 3% increase, while the wages at Local 70 and Local 1546 have been consistently escalating at a greater pace than the CPI or the RRI that you're using. So we knew going into this that there was some amount that Waste Management would be sort of underwater based on these inflationary measures. I'll note to you that the inflationary values we have here are related to 2021. And as most of us are painfully aware when we go to the gas station or pay our electric bills, these amounts have inflated even more from 2021 to 2022. So it puts us in a fairly bad place to be going out to the market for these services. And Waste Management's proposal equates to about a 35% increase in revenue to the company from the current system. Lizzie mentioned the roughly 4.3 million that they're experiencing now. That'll go up to about 4.6 with the inflationary measure in their contract for the next year. But their proposal is about $6 million going forward. That's for the base. Then on top of that, there's about $1 million of additional cost that puts it to about a 50% increase if you use the OMRF that they proposed, which is a great asset that comes with some significant additional costs, as well as some increased costs related to the bulky program. The other alternative services we looked at were negligible cost increases or no cost increase. They could be bundled with existing services. So really, the increase in costs have to do with expanding the bulk item program to allow multifamily tenants to participate in that program rather than just their property manager. And then the use of the OMRF to process the garbage and get more recovery or diversion out of that garbage before it goes to the landfill. As we look at that compared to your neighbors, we find that your current rates before any adjustment to them are about the highest in the county, with the exception of the city of Oakland and the city of Piedmont, which has a sort of unique situation to it with backyard service. And so as we look at your peers who are using, similar labor unions, similar processing facilities, have similar route times, things like that, we find that your rates are already high and they're being proposed to go up by another 35 to 50%. I mentioned alternative rate structures that Waste Management was proposing, and they may mention some of this during their presentation. One item is the multifamily charge per dwelling unit for service, and we pegged that to be fairly close to the 32-gallon rate for a single family unit. Waste Management is recommending charging that at something more like the 64-gallon rate for multifamily. So if you permitted that, what you would find is that it would reduce the impact to single family customers, it would reduce the impact to businesses, but your small number of multifamily property owners in town would see a significant increase in their bills, much more than the 35 to 50% that we're looking at. They would like to implement charges for recycling collection. Currently, recycling is provided at no additional charge when you sign up for garbage service. And as a result of that system that you've developed, during the current term, there's been a 150% increase in commercial recycling subscription and participation in this last 10 years, and that's a significant increase. Most of the other cities in Alameda County charge businesses for recyclables collection at something like 50% of the rate for garbage. And if you were to implement that sort of charge, what would end up happening is you could reduce the impact to multifamily customers, you could reduce the impact to single family residential customers, but you would see businesses, and particularly small businesses that are active recyclers, seeing significantly larger rate increases, some 2 or 3 times their normal bill. So we need to be kind of thoughtful of the impacts to other customers as we do these. The other rate structure changes that were suggested, removing smaller containers, the 10 and the 20-gallon container, which are the lowest rates available to your customers today, would reset that base rate, and the base rate could be applied to a larger container like the 32. That's simply moving the impacts down the scale within the single family sector. So you would see, again, those businesses and multifamilies seeing a disproportionate adjustment due to that. And those customers that are currently in the 10 and 20-gallon carts would see sizable rate increases. They've proposed closing the gap between container sizes. As you saw in my prior slide, there are pretty significant differences between your 32-gallon rate and your 64-gallon rate, and then again from the 64 to the 96. And Waste Management has suggested that by compressing those rate relationships and narrowing those gaps, the top end rate certainly could be a lot lower. But by doing that, that means that you're bringing up your bottom end rate. And so those customers that are participating in that cheapest level of service today would see a significant increase, again, beyond that 35 to 50%. And then there are a number of additional fees that Waste Management has proposed to charge, and to the extent that they're able to recover revenues through other ancillary charges, it may reduce the amount that they need from recurring rates. However, there may be some equity issues in that depending on the specific fees intended to be charged. So staff has been proceeding carefully with these rate structure discussions. We're very interested in the suggestions that Waste Management has to reduce cost impacts to customers, but we are concerned that things that just shuffle where the impact hits may be concerning. And frankly, we're very focused on reducing the structural costs before we start looking at some of these rate structure issues. So where we are is that we would like to get feedback from your council and the public today through this study session, and any input you can provide us about the services, about the rate impacts that we're looking at, and the alternatives available to us would certainly be welcomed as we try to round out the negotiations. We'll return to the negotiating table with Waste Management from April through June, if that's your council's will, and bring back to the council our status in June or July. If we've successfully negotiated an agreement that is satisfactory to your council, Waste Management could commence new services on April 1 of 2023. If your council is not satisfied with the results of the negotiations process, I would recommend that you direct staff to trigger that next 5-year extension of the current agreement. In that case, staff will need to contract with other parties to fulfill some of those SB 1383 related things that we were looking to work with Waste Management for, particularly the monitoring, the contamination management, the business outreach, those and multifamily outreach. Those sorts of things are beyond the capacity of staff currently and would need to be supported through some other resources. So with that, I will conclude my presentation, and I think we can invite our colleagues from Waste Management.
Yes, thank you, Rob. City Clerk, if you could please promote Virginia Harrington and Brad Sia from Waste Management. Welcome, Brad and Virginia. I'll leave it to you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Virginia Harrington, and I'll be co-presenting this evening with Brad Sia. So I'll go ahead and get started by sharing my screen. Okay, so I'm going to assume that everyone can see that okay. Thank you very much for having us here this evening. We really appreciate it, and it's been great working so closely with Albany, everybody. I love working with Lizzie, so we're really happy to be here. And I'm going to be focusing on WM, working with the City of Albany for creating a sustainable future and supporting SB 1383 compliance, which you've been hearing quite a bit about from Rob. So as I mentioned, I'm co-presenting this evening with Brad, and I did want to acknowledge 2 other colleagues who aren't presenting with us tonight, but Todd and Kathy are part of the team, again, working very closely with the city. So here we go with Smart Truck. So it's really important, we feel, that recycling right and not overfilling containers, that contributes to communities and contributes to Albany staying clean and green. And currently we actually have Smart Truck cameras and cameras on trucks throughout the Bay Area in Albany. And we use them for a number of different reasons. Currently, we're identifying overages with the bins for the commercial accounts. We use the cameras for service validations, documenting driving incidents and things like that. But there are expanded uses available with Smart Truck, particularly for SB 1383, which include contamination minimization compliance and sending feedback to generators, and also for the route audit compliance. So, Rob was just sort of talking about, those sorts of things. So how does this all work? When the trucks are going around for collection, they every lift activates a camera, so it can be activated at the approach to look at an overage, so you can see a picture there. And then when the arm is lifting and material is being dumped into the back of the truck, which we call the hopper, you can actually in a video see the stream of material coming out and can identify contamination. So that's a lot more thorough than just lifting a lid of container and looking at the top. So if you see that stream, so there's an image here of a chair that's actually coming out of a green waste container. So if that chair were buried at the bottom of the container with a bunch of leaves on top and you flip the lid, you couldn't really see that. But to see it coming out, you can actually see that contamination. So the cameras pick up the overages and the contamination. They're audited, they're re-audited, and if they're validated, then a notification, which is an educational component, are sent to the generators. Also, a couple more pictures here. So on this screen on the left, there can be a print letter or it can be a digital communication. Always will include like what the contaminant is, and then a photo or a video. And what's nice about that is it's going exactly to the business or the person who has the contamination and providing that, hey, this is what it is, to really help them. On the right-hand side is just more of like general education that we do, like such as bill inserts and brochures and advertisements. But when you think about it, when you're doing, and these are meant to work together complementary, like we want to continue to do all the education to everyone, but with Smart Truck, you can also have this targeted education. So again, education is very, very important. And we go out in the community as well. This is an example from me on Solano Avenue with tabling. There's a picture here. This is going to be an upcoming bill insert. Like we're always working very closely, especially with Lizzie, on ways to communicate, you know, how to do things better, and the why piece too, like what happens with the compost and so on. So when you look at it all together, if we move forward, you know, with the Smart Truck, we would generally want to have a go live date. And that means a go live date when contamination charges could start. So the lead up would be a robust public education campaign. And during that period of lead up, it's turned on. So the warnings are going out and the generators are getting specific information about what the contaminants are to try and help them. And then after the go live date, it's 2 warnings before the surcharges apply. And of course, with having a recycling coordinator on our team, we are actively working to help people. That is the approach, to help them to do the right thing. We don't want there to be any contamination. And again, when you look at the why do we do all of this? Well, we want a quality feedstock in those organics containers so we can create quality compost. We want to have litter abatement, which is really important not to have overfilled containers. When materials are recycled properly and the lids are closed, the cardboard stays dry, and if we want to recycle all that clean cardboard and paper and bottles and aluminum to give them a second life. And then on top of that, we've got SB 1383, and one of the primary objectives of that legislation is to keep food scraps out of the landfill because it reduces methane emissions, and all of this works together towards that goal. And 1383 requires, as I mentioned earlier, contamination and minimization, communication back to the generators, requires route audits, and Smart Truck can support all of those items. And with that, I'm going to pass it on to Brad.
Thank you, Virginia. Can everyone hear me? Great, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, distinguished council, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Brad C. I'm the Area Director for Public Sector for Waste Management for the Northern California, Nevada market area. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you this evening. Before I begin, I just wanted to thank the members of the city staff that have been involved in the negotiations, also your partner HF&H, and I would like to recognize our team at WM for all the work that they've done. Have just a few slides to really talk about not just the franchise agreement, but the uniqueness and complexity of providing service in the service of Albany. Really just to provide some background and context, I think, to some of the items that you heard from HF&H. You know, every jurisdiction contract is different, so each has different wants and needs as relates to ancillary services or requests, from bulky to curbside battery, oil, leaf, or street sweeping. All those requests, however unique, require costs associated to those requests, and those costs are then built into the financial model that make up the rate. In addition to the current cost structures that Rob had pointed out, we're dealing with our first major piece of legislation regarding collection services in the last 30 years with SB 1383. And as Rob alluded to, really the reality of a 40-year high on inflation. So there's a lot of different factors that we're dealing with in terms of the cost model. So in every jurisdiction, the goal is to automate service that requires as little interaction as possible for the driver. Less interaction means more efficiency, which translates to lower cost. More interaction means higher cost. In regards to Albany, there's 3 factors really that are leading to more interaction with the material that we collect. So although our trucks are automated, the drivers still have to get out of the truck for manual collection of items such as batteries and used motor oil. And in this new proposal, expand that to include extra cardboard pickup. They also do exit for side yard service, and depending on the length of that service, bringing the cart from the residence to the truck and then back can expand the time on route, and that time expansion does lead to further interaction, which does lead to further cost. And then in addition, the navigation of narrow and one-way streets requires additional time and safety protocols, not just for the safety of our drivers, but also for the safety of the public. And I think we can all agree that since this last contract was negotiated, the population increase has caused the 880 corridor to expand in terms of traffic, and that traffic time has caused further time from our collection facility to the city and then back. On the comparison slide that Rob had shared with you, I just wanted to point out that several of those jurisdictions right now are potentially under negotiations for SB 1383, so that rate comparison could change based on final negotiations. But if you're doing comparison to a jurisdiction with no battery or oil service pickup, or very heavily weighted on true automated side load service, then that comparison would have too big of a difference to have a straight comparison. Also, if you're going to compare those with lower operating increases or lower operating costs, then you should weigh those against with larger increases as well, such as in the city of Tracy, where they saw almost over 70% increase for SB 1383 implementation. So I think what we want to say is just a more balanced approach to better understanding the complexity of servicing Albany and the cost associated with that complexity. So Virginia, if you want to go to the next slide. Thank you so much. So one way, as Rob pointed out, that we've proposed doing that is a rate increase through charging for commercial businesses for front load recycling and roll off. So while recycling commodities have enjoyed a rebound in the last year or so, that does not account for the past over 10 years where commodity values were at an all-time low. And then the additional cost to process the material because of the requirement for reduction in contamination, which has increased every year since then. We anticipate charging for commercial recycling could have anywhere from a 5 to 15 to maybe even more reduction on the overall rate increase. We would like to continue to explore those details with HF&H. So we would ask council, to move forward with a recommendation for us to continue our negotiations to ensure that we can dig into those details. And then Virginia, if you want to go to the next slide for me. I think we just wanted to give you kind of a high level impact of the changes in cost year over year since COVID. And then we'll talk a little bit more about the costs related to kind of 2021 to 2022. But as you can see from this slide, everything has been going up in terms of metal required for containers, things as simple as oil changes, resin for plastic containers, but especially the competitive environment for labor. Getting CDL drivers into that labor pool to ensure that we have the best available drivers that meet our safety standards has created a competitive environment. Now, while all these costs are higher on a scale globally, so Virginia, if you go to the next slide, just to kind of bring it down a little bit more locally, this is just the change in cost from 21 to 22, and specifically on 2 items really that relates to trucks and carts. So as you see that 10 to 16% rate increase, that's just from last year to this year, and that continues to escalate as time goes on. In closing, I think what we'd ask is for council to take the recommendation of allowing us to continue the negotiations. Virginia and I are available to answer any questions that you may have, but we'd like to thank everyone for their time and for their partnership.
Thank you very much. And with that, thanks to all staff involved and consultants. With that, bring it back to council. If there's any questions, any staff or consultants, I'm trying to organize my screen here. So Got the council members up top. Not seeing anybody. Yes, Councilman McQuaid.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. You talked a little bit, I guess, about the inserts in bills, and I know this is probably a really minor point, but how many people actually get bills these days? I mean, don't most people get their billing electronic and probably don't scroll through whatever you might have tucked in there? So
Yeah, that's actually one of the things that we've been discussing with Waste Management is that Albany has a relatively high level of auto bill or bill pay, e-pay customers that don't receive a physical bill. And so one of the things in looking at the education and outreach going forward is making sure that we're taking advantage of new outreach mediums and channels that are more relevant today than, say, a bill insert or a newsletter.
And has there been any conversation with the business community? They seem to be impacted sort of exponentially by this.
I don't know that we've done any specific stakeholder engagement with businesses as part of this process. I know that Waste Management and Lizzie both work with the business community and particularly the small businesses in the downtown area. So we have a pretty good understanding of what their needs and issues are as they've been implementing organic service over the last 10 years or so and have dialed in some of the outreach methods and approaches based on that learning.
Great, thank you. And one last question about the OMRF and the OMCF. Well, I think that's probably the most important thing we can be doing. If all of our other costs are going up, could we put that piece off for like a year when maybe the other costs aren't going up quite as much and kind of merge it in to make it a little bit more palatable to people? Is that an interesting possibility?
That's an interesting suggestion. Thank you. We can talk to Waste Management about the idea of maybe having an option and a trigger date in the future to implement that service and could bring that back to council for approval at that time.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of moving parts and maybe some kind of a step proposal might work with different increases at different times to make it work better for everybody. And that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Councilman McGarry or Vice Mayor Teven? Okay. So question for the Hiltons, I guess. Given the Waste Management's explanation of why Albany is higher than almost any other city in the comparison, which scanning through that quickly, they seem to be local, at least geographically, in the vicinity. What do you think of that? Does that seem reasonable to you? Does that seem unreasonable? What's your take?
I think my initial reaction was that we were hearing more molehills than mountains there. Albany has been on the north end of the 880 corridor in Alameda County for the last 10 years, and that hasn't really changed. Traffic has gotten a bit more difficult, but Waste Management serviced San Ramon out of their Oakland yard, which is a much further drive than Albany is. And their productivity factors for their San Ramon operation were significantly better than their productivity factors in Albany. They talk about the narrow streets and things like that. That was a known condition in the old agreement. That hasn't changed significantly over the years. We've looked at the volume of motor oil that they're collecting, oil filters, batteries, and the number of customers participating in those programs that were described is relatively low. You're getting maybe 20 participants in the oil program every quarter. So on the scale of their overall operations, this is a relatively minor activity, these ancillary programs and things. I think, there are a number of things that are driving real inflation right now, and we've looked at those and tried to account for those. What we can't account for is why the productivity is as low as they're suggesting it is in Albany, given their productivity in other places that in some cases are harder to serve than Albany is. So, we've really been trying to dig into what are the structural costs, and if there are things that we can value engineer out, if we're asking for things that really are significant cost items that we can remove, we'd like to know that, and we haven't been presented with much in the way of opportunities there, except for the unavoidable things that you heard about.
Thank you. Question for I guess Albany staff perhaps, or HF&H. So Waste Management, if I understand correctly, has cited about $1 million for the SB 1383 compliance aspects. Contamination, education, all that. If you have any sense, if you went out on the market to contract for that, how that would compare? Is that competitive? Is that not competitive?
Yeah, we've been looking at this for a number of agencies in Alameda County right now. There are a couple of communities in Alameda County that are larger than you are that are receiving the contamination monitoring, reporting, and business assistance services for somewhere between $50,000 and $150,000 a year, as compared to the million or so that you were just describing. So we think you can get these services more competitively. Dublin and Pleasanton, for example, are using somebody or intending to use somebody other than their hauler to do those things and have gotten quotes that we're aware of. We've also seen a number of other communities around the Bay Area that have chosen to use third parties rather than their hauler to perform these services, and we're seeing bids on those in similar magnitude.
Thank you. I guess a question for other Waste Management or the helping consultants. Is Smart Truck, I'm not clear, is that a base feature in what's being negotiated or an added feature? Base feature?
It's a base feature and they've already implemented it and turned it on. It's a matter of whether we would allow them to charge customers for the overages and the contamination.
Okay. Good deal. So I've been getting some information on what the compliance metric is for Albany with regard to organic waste diversion. I appreciate my consciousness being raised that we don't need to divert 75% more of organic waste, given that we've already diverted so much. So how does the state decide? Is it simply programmatic? If we have programs in place, then we comply?
Yeah, it's sort of like the stormwater requirements that they have, where it's not necessarily the measure, it's have you implemented all of the programs that they're looking for and done all the monitoring and inspections and enforcement and all of that sort of thing. And as you indicated, the state was deliberate with that. They didn't want to penalize early adopters of organics programs by setting the same target and baseline for everybody. You've probably already achieved a significant reduction in organic waste out of Albany over the last 15, 20 years from your programs being ahead, where by contrast, communities like Tracy did not have your programs, and a lot of the rate increases and cost increases that Central Valley and Central Coast communities are seeing is because they didn't have all of the services and programs yet.
Thank you. What is the end year for the potential contract that's being negotiated?
It would be 2033 with some options to extend it after that.
Okay, thank you. I think Waste Management had something on one of the slides about assessment of RNG, like not available at this time or something like that. I don't necessarily see them.
I can speak to that. It's true that the SB 1383 qualified renewable natural gas, which is a very tight market, is only being produced by about a half a dozen producers throughout the state right now, and they have offtake agreements for all of those fuel credits currently. Mm-hmm. And so the hope is that as the market develops around this and more facilities come online that are selling gas, that they could take a look at those markets and perhaps be able to take advantage of that. I will give Waste Management a whole lot of credit. They got way ahead of this, and they're producing carbon negative gas out of the landfill at the Altamont. The state doesn't count that towards your procurement requirement, but from a carbon perspective, they're doing a pretty good thing out there.
Yeah, no, it is fantastic. You hit what I was after right at the end there. So, oh well. They propose a reduction in public education diversion coordinators. Is that based on any data? I mean, SB 1383 is new, so I don't know if there's a track record of data against which to test how many there's.
Yeah, they actually had a very well articulated suggestion on that, and I think it was an example of them coming to us with some thoughtful cost reductions. And they laid out, for example, with the outreach coordinator, here's the production, here's how many hours per business per year this person needs to spend, and based on the number of businesses you have, we all felt it was credible to fit that within one person's work. When we compared the budget, against other communities on a per capita basis, what they recommended was less than we would have liked, but was reasonable and in the interest of keeping rates down for ratepayers, I think was a good suggestion.
Thank you. Last question from me. Did I catch that the default would be 64-gallon tote or bin or whatever the term of art is for multifamily, for each residence in multifamily?
No, that was, as we set the multifamily rates, we were pegging the per unit rate for multifamily to the 32-gallon for single family, just from a rate perspective, not from a service level perspective. Waste Management suggested pegging that rate at the 64 rather than the 32. That doesn't mean that's the service they would get. They would get whatever service is needed by the multifamily complex. But in terms of the rate charge, it would be almost double per dwelling unit. With their suggested rate structure. And obviously we can find something in the middle there, but we didn't think it was reasonable for multifamilies to be paying for 64 gallons a generation.
Yeah, that seems backwards from what you would just expect by conventional wisdom, which conventional wisdom can be wrong, of course. So I look to you for feedback on that, but it doesn't make conventional wisdom sense to me. All right, those are my questions. I think with that, looking at the council, looks like we're good to go to comment by attendees. I see one attendee has her hand raised. Clerk, if you would go ahead and please admit them. And
hi, good everybody. My name is Jeremiah. So creating a sustainable future. What is the future? 50 years from now? 100 years from now? So let's say in the year 2050, by the percentages of your increases, it's going to cost over $500 a month to dump a 36-gallon, 40-gallon can. Can you believe that? In the year 2050, by the way you're increasing this stuff, it's going to cost $500 a month to dump a... Wow. Inflation. I'm sorry, but right now is not the time to be giving us an increase, okay? This is easily over $1,000 raise per residence per year, okay? Obviously, it was a mistake on your rate page for Alameda for your 60 to 64 gallon. You have $741. So if you have that mistake on your chart, what other mistakes have you made? Because I don't think it's $741 for the city of Alameda to dump a 60 to 64 gallon. So that's an error. Okay, and what is the surcharge fee for a third-time violator? Okay, what are your senior citizen rates? What are your ADA rates? What about low income? What about people who can't pay their garbage service? You know, the city pays for it at the end of the year for people who can't do it. Okay, we should be able to dump our trash for free if we go to the 2nd Street and Gilman thing. You know, we should be able to dump our trash for free. Why you got to charge us? Okay, green and recycling should be free, but how often do these green containers get sanitized? How much mold and mildew and bacteria is growing inside those green containers? How many viruses and stuff is growing in there? Okay. And how many languages are available for all these Albany residents with your educational programs? You got Mandarin? You got Portuguese? I mean, there's so many languages. So be ready. Okay. So I recommend the 5-year extension because negotiations right now is not working. Okay. Nobody's ready to pay this much money. Okay, so we need the 5-year extension, please, on these old grandfather clause in rates because the public is not ready to pay over all this money right now. So we got to create a sustainable future. And the only way to do that is to figure out a way to not dump all this trash going at 880. What does 880 have to do anything with Albany? Why not go to the Richmond dumps or Berkeley transfer station? You know, you're making us pay for all this gas to drive 50 miles when we got Richmond and Berkeley's closer. We got to create a sustainable future. We got to look 50 years into our future, 100 years in our future. And driving all the way to Oakland or Hayward isn't going to cut it stuck in traffic every day. So please make some changes. Thank you. 5-year extension, please.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council, maybe some questions for clarification. Yes, Councilor McGarry.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. If you can just educate me on exactly the landfill disposal under AB 1383.
Yes,
Sorry.
So SB 1383 doesn't change the regulations on landfill disposal, but it does require every community in the state to provide an organic waste recycling system. And they give you a few different ways that you can do that. Albany has chosen to do it by having the 3-container source separation system with a garbage, a recycle, and an organics container. Other communities, particularly in Southern California, where there's infrastructure for this, are doing a 1-container or a 2-container system. And in those cases, they have to bring their waste to a facility kind of like the OMRF that will sort out from the garbage all of the recyclables and the organic waste for them. And so that is an approach. If you don't collect separate streams of material, you may be required by the state to process it. In your case, where you have the 3 separate streams, it's an option about whether you would do that or not. The 3 streams in and of themselves are satisfactory to the state.
Thank you so much.
Maybe some clarification. I think I understood that the current notional rate increase at the base level without alternatives is $16 a month for a 32-gallon. Do I have that about right?
Yes.
So that would be not $1,000 a year as was stated, but something considerably less than that. Okay, thank you. I mean, some accounts would see $1,000 a year, but those have bigger containers and or more frequent service or both. So council, any thoughts on directions for whether negotiations? Yes, Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'd say I would be very happy to have negotiations continue. It seems like there's more to talk about. I think my main points from all of that were the options of how we can shuffle rates around. You know, we were given kind of 2 options that one would increase the cost for multifamily a lot, and the other would increase the cost for businesses, especially small businesses, a lot. Both would decrease it for single family homes. That I'm not a huge fan of either of those options of decreasing costs for single family homes while increasing it for small businesses and multifamily, especially if we talked about this in our last couple of meetings of if we are building the multifamily housing that we're required to under RENA and that we planned for in our housing element, we're going to have a lot more people in multifamily residences, and those people are going to probably be lower income than those people in single family homes. So I think increasing rates substantially on multifamily is not the way to go, nor on small businesses. If the rates need to be shuffled around, hopefully there would be other options that wouldn't give all the benefit to mostly homeowners and take it away from everyone else. And those are my main thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember McQuaid.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation, and to the waste management people, thank you also. I have to agree with Vice Mayor Tiedemann that we want to make this as fair as possible, and increasing the multifamily and the businesses doesn't seem to be meeting that goal at all. I would like to see if there's a way to increase the use of the smaller bin. Part of the idea is to get rid of trash, non-recyclable, non-organic materials. So to encourage people to throw away less stuff, maybe having a smaller bin is helpful. And I'm a little hesitant to remove the senior discount. And I certainly favor having a low income discount. I think it's hard for people though, if we're raising rates and then we take away one discount that we have, we're kind of giving some people a double whammy. And I understand why maybe we shouldn't have done the senior in the first place, although I don't think that was an option. But so for that reason, I'm a little hesitant to pull that one back, but certainly add the low income. And as far as, I think I read somewhere there about electric vehicles. I think AC Transit's doing some good work on electric vehicles, and I would hope there's some, in my simple mind, big trucks are big trucks, that maybe there's some collaboration there in what they're learning and how they're rolling out their big electric buses. So that might be something to think about. And I think that's all my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to break in here and say, for those who have just joined for a regular meeting, we're still in the study session. I imagine that's going to wrap up in, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes, but just so you know where we are on the agenda and why the regular meeting hasn't started yet. Yeah, I would agree. It doesn't make sense to me at all to charge each residence and multi-residence at a higher rate, or even necessarily the same rate as for single residences. Presumably, talking about productivity, it's more productivity picking up waste from multi-residence building than from a bunch of equivalent single residence properties. So that seems completely backwards. I would be in favor of phasing in. I did not realize that commercial recycling service for commercial entities was free. That's news to me. I certainly would be in support of phasing that in, maybe not to the extreme degree or to a full degree, and or phase it in over the entire contract period. So it comes on slowly. I'll leave it to you to think creatively about those different options. I'm not in favor of a senior discount. I think that's pretty well known. The senior discount came in last time because before I was on the council in 2011, I happened to be meeting and say, hey, we need a low income discount. And what came out of that was a senior discount, which was not at all what I wanted. It was late in the negotiation I learned about it. Some seniors are incredibly wealthy. So I think it should be means tested. And I would like to see a deeper discount than 20% to very low income. I mean, the very low income threshold is far more than 20% below median income for the area. So if we're going to be proportional, it should be a deeper discount than that. I like the idea of making it so that households that are enrolled in care, that's all they need to show in order to enroll for the discount for waste services. The income limit for care, I believe, is lower, at least for households that are 3 and fewer, maybe 4 and fewer, than the income limit that Albany uses for its property tax exemptions and rebates. I would like this limit to match our property tax exemption rebate limits. That would create a gap between care for some households, between care and that income threshold. So for those households, they would be eligible to apply to the city. So I know that would be more administratively potentially difficult, but I think it's important to go up to that level, given the cost of living in the area. I would like the contract to end on 10/31/2031. So it's code time to end with the contract for disposal services, given that what apparently part of what was learned through the RFP process and the lack of response was that if those don't come up together at the same time, then we're not gonna submit a proposal. So it seems that locking ourselves into a never-ending cycle where those two contracts are not co-timed to end simultaneously so that we can go out to an RFP is going to basically forever give us no opportunity to compete this in the future. So I don't want to box in whatever council happens to be here in 2031 into the sort of similar situation that we're in now. And as far as electric vehicles for waste hauling, I don't know how much that would cost. I'm maybe surprising to people because I'm pretty strong on greenhouse pollution reduction, but they are using methane from a landfill to operate the trucks. I don't see a huge win there if there's much of a cost at all to going to electric. It may actually be a loss when you consider the life cycle emissions from constructing batteries and recycling batteries. So I'm not inclined to that unless, you know, some real cogent case on cost and life cycle greenhouse pollution reduction is made. Because like I say, batteries are, you know, there's a lot of embedded carbon in a battery, which people don't generally like to talk about when they're thinking about their electric vehicles. So that's what I have. I don't know, hopefully that provides the guidance you need. Have we done our job? Lizzie, what do you think? Have we done our job? Looks like
This has been very helpful. Thank you.
All right. Well, with that, I think we've done our study session. I appreciate all the work. Look forward to seeing the next step.
Great. Thank you all.
All right. Take care. I guess we're at 7:05. So I'm going to suggest that we not take a break. We just roll on into the meeting. That's all right. Okay. I see one thumbs up. I see one head nod. Yes. All right. 2 thumbs up. Okay. So we will adjourn the special meeting, the study session regarding the waste franchise agreements. And we'll move into our regular meeting. We're still recording, just to remind everybody. And calling the meeting to order. City Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Councilmember Gary?
Here.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Here.
Councilmember Nason is absent. Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Here.
And Mayor Jordan?
Here. I'm realizing I broke with past practice of having the land acknowledgement read before roll call, given its importance, but Councilmember McQuaid, would you be willing to read the land acknowledgement?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
The City of Albany recognizes that we occupy the land originally protected by the Confederated Villages of Lejeune. We acknowledge the genocide that took place on these lands and must make strides to repay the moral debt that is owed this indigenous people, specifically the Ohlone tribe. We thank them for their contributions, which have transformed our community and will continue to bring forth growth and unity. The City of Albany commits to sustaining ongoing relationships with the tribe and together build a better future for all that now makes this their home.
Thank you, Councilmember McQuaid. Moving on to proclamations, and I apologize, we didn't have a chance to coordinate this due to some technical difficulties. Councilmember Gary, I don't know if you wanted to read one of the proclamations and if you had a particular choice between them.
You know what? I'll go ahead and read the Earth Day one. Let me pull
Very good. Thank you.
that. All right. The City of Albany Proclamation in recognition of Earth Day and Albany Green Businesses, April 18, 2022, whereas April 22nd has marked Earth Day each year since 1970 in recognition of the need of environmental conservation, and whereas the City of Albany faces numerous climate change challenges that will be compounded and made more severe with an increasingly volatile climate, with greater vulnerabilities to high heat, rising sea levels, air quality concerns, and more. And whereas to adapt to the changing climate, sustainable actions must be taken by both large and small actors from both the public and private sectors. And whereas the City of Albany is committed to addressing climate action and adaptation, guided by the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, which was adopted by the City Council in 2019. And whereas Albany is a partner of the Alameda County Green Business Program, which certifies business practice as earth-friendly through objective standards on energy and water efficiency, waste division and minimization practices, thoughtful and responsive design, and landscaping, and more. And whereas our certified green businesses are making meaningful contributions to reducing their climate impact, decreasing waste and pollutions, and conserving precious resources, including water and energy, and whereas encouraging greater participation in the Alameda County Green Business Program to reduce emissions from consumption and production in Albany and provide sustainable consumption options to Albany and the greater Alameda County community. Now, therefore, in honor of Earth Day 2022, the City of Albany recognize and celebrate the Albany businesses that are certified in Green Business Program and those currently striving towards recertification and the important contributions of our local businesses make to our community.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gary. And welcome to Green Business Owners. Thank you for joining us. I don't know if you'd like to say a few words about your journey, and I'm amazed and enthused to recognize one of you is actually my neighbor, who I think started business from your home. I hadn't realized that you'd continued going and gone further. So welcome, both of you. Yeah.
Can we talk?
Yeah, please do.
Hi, I'm Julia Shears with Sustainabar. Here's our little card. So we make zero waste bars, everything from shampoo, conditioner, shaving pucks, lotion bars, everything, trying to eliminate plastic bottles. And to date, we have eliminated about 10,000 plastic bottles from landfills. It's me and my 2 teenage daughters that started this in our house in Albany. So thank you. Thank you for the support and the recognition. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Ms. Arca, I don't know if you have a few words about your business green journey.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Arca of Arca Design Group, and I'm just tickled to death that someone is acknowledging us, because it's not exactly easy to get certified green. There's quite a few steps, and it's a journey, as Julia would probably attest to. So I'm grateful for that, and I do pride myself in that my business, which is not, giant, took the effort to do that, and I can see all our little certifications up on our wall, and I appreciate the opportunity to just, have that moment with all of you. So thank you.
Thank you both, and to the other business owners who have made it through the process and who are working on making it through the process, for representing Albany values and spirit. Much appreciated. With that, I'm going to transition to the next proclamation. Proclamation in recognition of National Victims' Rights Week. Whereas more than 26 million people become victims of crime each year, and these crimes also affect family members, friends, neighbors, and coworkers. And whereas the Alameda County Victim Witness Division is dedicated to ensuring the rights of crime victims and their families by providing services to aid in their recovery from the emotional, psychological, social, and economic impact of crime as they reclaim their sense of safety, well-being, and dignity. And whereas the victim witness staff assists victims of crime without regard to a person's race, gender, religion, nationality, sexual orientation, and gender identity or immigration status. And whereas victims are faced with many challenges as a result of crime. Oftentimes, victims enter systems that fail to meet their needs, provide appropriate services, and fail to treat them with the dignity and respect they deserve. And Involving Survivors helps victim service providers and criminal justice professionals understand the culture, values, and expectations of underserved and unserved victims who seek assistance and justice. And whereas the Alameda County District Attorney's Office Victim Witness Assistance Program was the first such program established in 1974, beginning with one victim advocate. Today, the Alameda County District Attorney's Office employs more than 60 individuals dedicated to working with victims of crime. And whereas in 1984, the Crime Victims Fund was established by the Victims of Crime Act to provide a permanent source of support for crime victim services and compensation. And whereas Alameda County District Attorney's Office Victim Witness Assistance Division partners with survivors, community service providers, criminal justice professionals, and victim advocates are working together to enhance a criminal justice system response that is accessible, culturally competent, and appropriate for all victims of crime. And whereas in 2021, the Alameda County District Attorney's Office Victim Witness Assistance Division provided over 400 services to more than 82 crime victims in Albany, including but not limited to child victims of violence and sexual abuse, stalking victims, survivors of homicide victims, human trafficking, crimes against elders and dependent adults, sexual assault, domestic violence, robbery, and other crimes. And whereas for victims of crime without independent financial means, the District Attorney's Office facilitated financial support through the Victim Compensation Program. And whereas the Alameda County District Attorney's Office has been a leader in outreach and services to underserved populations, including commercial sexual exploitation of children, sexual assault victims from cold-hit TNA cases, immigration victims, urban youth, and victims in the LGBTQ community, as well as victims with disabilities such as deaf and hard of hearing. And whereas the Alameda County District Attorney's Office has been bridging the gap between law enforcement and community and building the community's trust in the criminal justice system. And whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week, April 24th to 30th, 2022, provides an opportunity to celebrate the energy, creativity, and commitment that launched the victims' rights movement, inspired its progress, and continues to advance the cause of justice for crime victims. Now, therefore, the Albany City Council hereby proclaims April 24th to 30th, 2022, to be the National and Alameda County Victims' Rights Week in the City of Albany, and reaffirms the commitment to respect and enforce victims' rights and addressing their needs during Victims' Rights Week and throughout the year, and express our appreciation for those victims and survivors of crime who have turned personal tragedy into a motivating force to improve the response to victims of crime and build a more just community. And I see that we have someone here from the District Attorney's Office. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan and council members. On behalf of the District Attorney's Office and Nancy O'Malley, who is our district attorney, we gratefully accept the proclamation, and we're very grateful that you folks have taken the time to read the entire proclamation. And every year we do make an effort to try and provide outreach and education to the communities in all parts of Alameda County, in order to raise awareness of the different types of victimizations that have happened. Specifically in Oakland, unfortunately, we've seen quite a spike of violent cases. And so on behalf of the DA's office, we do the best that we can to try and work with victims and survivors to make them survivors, and also work with family members of homicide victims to help them with any burial or funeral expenses, in addition to mental health counseling and a variety of other types of services. So thank you very much. We're very appreciative.
For the service you and the office provide. I was also interested in note that this is another way Alameda County was a leader going back to the 1970s. It seems like that has continued with the expansion and expanded name of the office. So thank you very much. I don't know if any council members have any comments. Seeing none, I do see an attendee has their hand raised. City Clerk, if you could admit the attendee.
Yeah, hi, good evening, District Attorney. My name is Jeremiah Garrett-Pinguello. There's a lot of victims help that you mentioned in there. And I was wondering if there's any help for victims of police brutality. I was just wondering if, let's say someone had reported, the police had, hurt them or something. Let's say the Berkeley Police Department, or hypothetically, the Albany Police Department did police brutality on a citizen. And let's say, the citizen did everything they could to submit a public records request to get all the body camera footage of the police department. And what do you do when the police department just denies your public comment due to some California rule? What do you do? It's a catch-22. So there's no justice for police brutality victims. I noticed you didn't mention anything for police brutality victims, and that's sad. That's really sad. And I'm withholding information right now because this is a public comment, but I really think, District Attorney, if you are really here and you're listening, you really need to make an avenue for citizens to come forward for police brutality and for it to be fully investigated. and not have for that police department to investigate it themselves and to deny and cover up and cover up and cover up and deny the public records requests to even the media. I didn't know that cities of Berkeley or hypothetically city of Albany can deny public records requests pertaining to police brutality to the media. That's the police department must be covering up something big if they won't release body footage to the media. Obviously, the police department doesn't want that footage to be released.
I have to break in because I think this is more appropriate for good of the cities than this item. You're off the agenda topic, which does not regard public records requests to police departments. So if you would like to make a comment on that, you can do it under good of the city. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to the city manager's report. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We will share a screen with some images, and I'll go ahead and run through. As the council took action recently with regard to retaining a consultant to provide assistance to the city for development of our local roadway safety plan, this work is now launching. Here is a view of the website to develop this local roadway safety plan, which is geared towards improving traffic safety for pedestrians, bicyclists, transit riders, and drivers. Input from across the community is critical to the success of this project, so please log on to this website and submit information. The website is albanysafestreets.com. Click on Report Concern at the top of the page to tell us about your traffic safety related concerns on Albany streets or locations where you may feel unsafe biking or walking. Also, our Albany Fire Department has launched readyalbany.org. I want to take a moment to recognize the staff that have worked so hard on this project across multiple departments, primarily in our fire department, starting with Captain Tim Smizer, our office assistant Sherry Chen, and help and collaboration from both Jeremy Allen and Brendan Brown. This is a fantastic launch to our ongoing disaster preparedness programs to help Albany be ready in the event of an emergency or a disaster. So please take a moment to comb through this page and learn more about the opportunities involved. Also like to acknowledge our partnership with Albany Community Emergency Response Team, CERT, who, as we all are proud, as one of our newest nonprofits in the city, and our ongoing partnership with them through promoting disaster preparedness and resiliency. Earth Day is this Friday, and celebrate with us both virtual and in-person activities. Here's a look at our website where you can dive in for more information, and a big thank you to the folks that have turned in their Earth Day bingo cards. We've got a great response so far, so please continue to fill those out. There's still time and there are a lot of prizes available, so thank you for participating in such an important program. Updates from our Public Works Department. The second phase of Washington Avenue Pavement Rehabilitation Project was completed as scheduled. Congratulations, department and crew. On April 2nd, 2022, the project involved completely renovating Washington Avenue from San Pablo to Masonic, including curb ramps and upgrades. The project was phased into two sections to avoid scheduling conflicts with a water line work by East Bay Mud. And the project is part of our annual street rehab program. I was just on the street today. It was fantastic and looking forward to more to come. The city coordinated a minor but complex street repair project at the intersection of Jackson and Buchanan. The work involved paving the south crossing, renewing crosswalks, and adding striping for fire department access to the Ocean View School. Staff coordinated the work to coincide with school district breaks to minimize disruption in the area. Also, staff completed some much needed refresh work at Terrace Park and Memorial Park. The Terrace Park tennis court nets and accompanying mechanisms have been replaced. Tennis court wind screens at Memorial Park have also been upgraded. Staff had the tennis courts power washed by a company specializing in this type of service, which has been in progress and scheduled to be completed tomorrow. And maintenance staff rebuilt several Memorial Park picnic tables so residents can enjoy the sunny weather. So thank you to our Public Works Department for your ongoing commitment to our parks and our recreational spaces. Marin Undergrounding, as I've mentioned before, you can continue to see the work as the overhead wires come down. An exciting conclusion to this project. AT&T has completed removal of the overhead line and poles along Marin. Their contractor will be completing final surface restoration work this week and next. Additionally, the city has completed tree planting along Marin, and the final remaining element of the project is placement of 3 streetlights. We're in the process of scheduling this work, and we'll provide an update as soon as we have a start date confirmed. The COVID Small Business Assistance Program has been launched. As of Friday, April 8th, the submission window for applications is now open and will close on May 20th. Staff will conduct in-person outreach to businesses this week, and please check our website for more information. It's shown here on the screen, albanyca.org/businessgrant. We had a great commentary article regarding our very special Albany Hill in the Bay Area Monitor and Albany Hill stewardship. Just like to acknowledge this great write-up and the incredibly talented and hard work of Margot Cunningham, our very own staff member, who is our Natural Resources Coordinator and has presented to the council. It's a great article if you haven't had a chance to read it. Again, it can be found at bayarea.monitor.org/article titled Circumambulating the Little Hill. And I would be remiss not to remind everyone of our upcoming Expo, the Albany Community Expo, April 30th from 10 to 2 at the Albany Community Center. There is something for everyone at this event, and my applause to staff for working so hard at creating a new event to connect our community with city services and really services of anyone in our partnership across multiple service areas, including the county and nonprofits. So please take some time out to attend this event. There will also be this compost giveaway as part of the event. So literally something for everyone. And then the final thing I wanted to just acknowledge is I hope everybody got this in their mailbox. The adorable summer recreation catalog. I don't know, let's see if I can get it on the screen, not really, but it's just great. And I really am grateful to staff for being so creative in their approach to really reinitiating our recreation side of recreation and community services and doing it in a way that we know we can sustain the programs going forward, but also as we edge out of at least the heaviest part of COVID that we've experienced thus far, getting the community back and connected with those important recreation services. So if you haven't had a chance to look at your catalog, I hope you enjoy it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you, City Manager, for your report. I was wondering if you can educate the community and myself a little bit more on the local roadway safety plan. Is that something where they have to go to the website in order for it to trigger a response from the city? And then what if the person doesn't have Wi-Fi or can't get to the website? What are some of the options so we can notify the city of these problematic areas?
Sure, they can. There'll be much more than just a website associated with this planning work. This is the kickoff to really collect the mega information, but focus groups and other conversations through city staff and the consultant as well. So the best direction or suggestion I could offer to folks is to reach out directly to our transportation planner, Justin Freed, who's managing the project.
Okay. And what about the magazine? I didn't get one in the mail, so I'm a little appalled. I'm just messing with you. How often do they come out, and where else can we pick those pamphlets up so we can know about the services that the city is offering?
Absolutely. They should have been mailed to every address in the city. You can pick one up at the community center as well as City Hall. And they're also online. The entire catalog is online as well under the Recreation Department.
Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone attending would like to ask a question about, comment on the city manager's report, please press your raise hand button. You will have 1 minute. If you are on the phone, please raise your hand by pressing *9. Note this is for questions and comments on the city manager's report only. If you have comments on matters not on the agenda, the time for those is next. This and all comments and questions during the meeting, please address the council, not other attendees, and respect each person that has spoken. The council wants everyone to feel comfortable speaking and not be intimidated by others' comments or reactions. And I see one attendee with their hand raised. City Clerk, thank you for setting the clock to 1 minute. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Preston, so I had a few questions that I kind of caught on to, but I just want to focus on one thing. I noticed that you said staff hired and paid some private company to power wash a tennis court or a pickleball court or something. And I was wondering, doesn't our public works department do that? Like, don't we have our own power washers? And how much did city manager execute a contract with this company for?
Thank you. I'm going to take it your question's closed. I will offer to my knowledge the city manager has expenditure authority up to $25,000. So I'd be amazed if this contract got anywhere near that. She may not otherwise have the details at her fingertips, but I'll give her a chance to respond should she like.
Thank you, Mayor. That's correct. I don't have the details of every contract executed at my fingertips. Happy to follow up with the dollar amount.
Okay, thank you. On to good of the city. This is for attendees to provide the council comments, information, and questions on an item that is not on the agenda. Please raise your hands now. By phone, again, is *9. By state law known as the Brown Act, the council cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda except under extraordinary circumstances. Rather, items raised may be referred to a future agenda or to staff for comment. And I see 2 attendees with their hands raised. 3 attendees. City Clerk, if you would admit the first attendee, welcome.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand you meant me. Good evening. I'm Susan Schwartz, President of Friends of Five Creeks, an all-volunteer group that has been working for creeks and watersheds here in Albany for more than 25 years. You have 2 letters from us, quite different, but otherwise both dealing with aspects of climate change. Our letter to the Sustainability and Planning and Zoning Commissions is recommending that Albany update its guidance for creekside property owners. Albany was a pioneer in publishing a creek care guide more than a generation ago, but most of that advice is out of date and some of it's illegal. In our fast-changing climate, drought and larger, less predictable storms will threaten homes that most people generally agree now shouldn't have been built quite so close to steep creek banks. There also have been 2 recent slides at new construction projects on the creeks. So this is not an urgent matter, but the threat is real. We have had very damaging slides a generation ago, and we would love to work with you on dealing with it. our letter to the Parks Commission dealt with trying to find out what monitoring is ongoing or planned on Codornices Creek, our area's only trout stream. And we are trying to determine what monitoring now is appropriate, since both drought and bigger storms have led to unprecedented amounts of sediment and long reaches going dry for the first time in human memory. We once again got partial information on the day of the meeting when we were to talk about that letter and why it took more than 2 months to get really simple information. It appears that monitoring ended in 2020, but continues to be budgeted for in what we think is large amounts, including for the coming fiscal year. I'm off to a conference tomorrow to see what ideas the experts have. I hope they'll come back with something. I'll try to make this very quick. Otherwise, I hope you'll read that Codornices Creek is going pretty well. We're glad that our wildflowers are blooming. I hope you'll take a stroll. We're looking forward to the Expo. And if I could have just a few extra seconds, I had 2 topics. We hope that some of you and those listening will join us at our May 1st nature event on Cerrito Creek and Albany Hill, which is all ages, informal, enjoying spring. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. So I sent a letter to the council in which I noted that at the last council meeting during the discussion of the Keynes-Adams Bikeway pilot project, Preston Jordan stated that Keynes and Adams were converted to one-way streets sometime in the early 90s. We've actually heard this before. Members of the Albany Strollers and Rollers made similar statements during the community discussions of the 2 bikeways, and the claim is made on the Albany Stroller and Rollers website. I've lived in Albany a long time, and I knew that the claim was incorrect, and I've made a number of efforts to correct the misinformation when it was offered. But I did some research now. Actually, I enlisted the help of the Albany Historical Society. We found a 1957 Albany Times article describing the council's adoption of a resolution to make the 2 streets one-way. I found an Albany street map from 1972, which shows Adams and Keynes as one-way streets. I included copies of these in my letter. Perhaps the information will clarify the real history once and for all. Now, I recognize that in the big scheme of things, the actual year that the 2 streets were converted to one-way shouldn't be that important. Maybe, just maybe, the intent was to support the notion that the new within block 2-way configurations are just returning the 2 streets to their relatively recent old normal configurations, but that's not the case. And in any case, Jordan and the ASR statements are not factually correct, and facts should matter. You know, we live in a world where one major political party claims that the 2020 election was stolen. We live in a world where a majority of the citizens of the country committing heinous war crimes think that the country is on a peacekeeping mission. So facts and factual information do matter, and only with good, accurate information can we expect to make the right decisions. Thanks.
Thank you. I respond to that with, I appreciate the research. The information that I had was from a resident who moved to a block on Keynes Avenue in 1992 and informed me that the street was 2-way at that time. So I don't know where the inaccuracy lies. I don't know if it went to 1-way, back to 2-way, back to 1-way. I'm not sure. Either that person is not remembering correctly, or there's a more complicated history there. I don't know which, but I do appreciate the primary sources being brought forward. Hey, clerk, if you could admit the next attendee.
Hi, thank you, City Clerk Ann. I just want to give you a shout out. You do a lot behind the scenes and you're kind of unrecognized. I just wanted to say thank you for everything you do. Hi, City Council, everybody up there. You know, this is good for the city, and that's what my message is for. It's good for the city. And what I mean for the city is the people of the city of Albany. And That's what I'm about to talk about. So I'm a longshoreman at the Port of Oakland. That's my career. And I make a certain amount of money. But you know what? Even though I make a certain amount of money, I go to food banks every moment I can. I actually had to go to a Safeway the other day on my way to work. I'm sorry, a grocery store the other day on my way to work. Maybe you could edit that out. And I try to make myself a sandwich, an avocado, some pita bread. I got some salmon, some lox, and a drink. And it was $30-something for one meal. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad I go to food banks. And I don't know how everybody else out there is doing it, living their life. Grocery shopping? I mean, I go grocery shopping maybe once in 3 months. And I'm here to share with you that there's these great resources for Albany, for everybody. There's the Alameda County Food Bank. And I really wish the city of Albany would step up and have our own food bank within our city limits. Wouldn't that be nice? But we can go to the Berkeley Food Network, the Berkeley Food Pantry, right there by North Berkeley BART Station, the Berkeley Food Pantry. It's open Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. It's Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, Sprouts, Costco food. And it's fresh. It's the freshest food you can get. And and the Berkeley Food Network is wonderful. You know, it's open basically every day from 10 to 2. And at nighttime from 6 to 7. So citizens out there, if you're listening, just Google Berkeley Food Network, Berkeley Food Pantry, check out their hours. Berkeley Food Pantry even delivers to your home for free if you call them on Tuesday. So all you have to do is make a phone call. You got $200 worth of free groceries.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. By approval of the consent calendar, the staff recommendations will be adopted unless otherwise modified by the City Council. There will be no separate discussions on these items unless a council member or a member of the audience requests removal of the item or items from the consent calendar. Does any council member wish to remove an item? Not seeing any. I see an attendee who has their hand raised. The clerk could admit the attendee. Welcome back.
Oh, thank you. That's so kind of you. Wow. Way to make me feel welcome. That's so nice of you, and I apologize about my emails. Okay, anyway. 7.3 through 7.10, except for 7.5. So 7.3 through 7.10, except for 7.5.
Okay. All right. Would you like to go ahead and make your comments?
Okay, 7.3. Claims, I was just wondering, is that kind of regarding legal claims, like maybe someone sued the city or someone fell on a cracked sidewalk and city's paying their hospital bill? Is that what that is regarding, potentially?
Yeah, let's go ahead and I'll talk you through.
And 7.4. So I was going to discuss, welcome everybody, 7.4, and I was just going to discuss a kind of going on topic, training, proper training for new advisory body people. Like, so yeah, okay. So training for advisory bodies. 7.6, should I just go on or should I?
Yeah, just keep it rolling, yep.
All right, okay, so 7.6, thank you, 7.6, city manager to execute a contract with Civic Spark. I was wondering, kind of, maybe at the end of everything, you kind of explain what exactly is Civic Spark, and how much is that contract for? Should I go to 7.7?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So regarding 7.7, I can't believe we're actually continuing a contract with a company who, while doing their contract, ran over and killed one of our citizens at that Solano and Jackson intersection. I forget if I'm correct, but I was just wondering, I was just going to talk about what does that company do for safety and proper training for their employees? 7.8 is confidential employee. What's a confidential employee? Is that like a spy or something? I don't know. Confidential employee. What is a confidential employee? Sounds kind of confidential. 7.9. Okay. Has anybody called East Bay Mud first? Because if we're about to do this, it sure would be nice if someone actually would make a phone call to say, hey, East Bay Mud, you planning out coming out and tearing up this street? Because we're about to pave it and we want it to be nice for the next year at least. Okay, sorry, 7.10. 7.10, this is kind of great because we were talking about this during the 6 o'clock meeting. So I hope that, is this going to be an Albany community garden organic waste place? So our city of Albany, we have our own organic waste mulch compost area. Is this a free green city of Albany thing, or is this waste management? I hope it's a city of Albany thing and we're going to kind of take care of ourselves in a way. That's it.
That's good. Thank you. So yeah, I think my understanding of the claims item is it does not include legal claims typically. I'll look to the city manager to see if I'm wrong here. I'm going to try to answer these in rapid order. These are more claims that are, claims of expenses by companies that are submitting invoices and whatnot.
Mayor, they're usually based on a submittal of a claim for situational sewer issue or tree issue or whatnot.
Okay.
So they're handled through our third-party administrator.
Okay, thank you. Advisory bodies, to my knowledge, the city clerk provides new advisory body members links to the training videos that advisory body members receive. They're appointed at the beginning of the session. Civic Spark, I don't know if the city manager would say a few words about Civic Spark, which is a ongoing partnership that the city has.
Sure, yeah. The total amount is $29,000 as expressed in the financial consideration section of the staff report. As the mayor stated, is an ongoing program. We've had a number of incredible staff members come out of that program to further our sustainability and climate action initiatives.
And some of those have become city employees, but for that $29,000, the city gets a little bit over a half-time person for almost a year, or they got more than a half-time person who fills those hours in about 11 months, according to the staff report. In terms of the question on the contract with the company that provides transport for seniors, as I understand it, to my memory, I was on the Transportation Commission at the time of that terrible event. My understanding it was not that company. It was actually East Bay Paratransit, run by AC, that unfortunately collided with and killed a pedestrian in a crosswalk at Jackson and Solano. But I can look into that and try to confirm that. There's a question about what is a confidential employee.
That's included in the job classification for a certain type of employee based on the position that they may hold, such as our human resources personnel.
Okay, thank you. The city does coordinate with EdMud on when it is going to do work. That is why the Washington project was broken into 2 phases, was specifically so that the street wouldn't be paved before EdMud replaced the water line. So the city does do that coordination work. So newly paved streets won't be torn up. As far as the item in question regarding compost, I know there is discussion, I believe, with Stop Waste regarding there are some cities that have a mulch/compost pile essentially, where residents can come and load up and take it away. And there's some discussion going on about the possibility of locating one of those in Albany. So that closing the consent calendar in terms of discussion. Yes, Councilmember McQuaid.
I was going to move consent.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilmember McQuaid and seconded by Councilmember Gary to approve the consent calendar. City Clerk, would you please poll the council?
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
And Councilmember Nason's absent. So the motion carries.
City Clerk. Brings us to public hearing. This is the public hearing on Assembly Bill 481 compliance. It's the first reading. This bill regards adopting an ordinance as required by state law regarding inventorying, managing use of equipment that is designated military equipment by the police department. And so I open the hearing, and may council have a staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. As you mentioned, the request for you before you tonight is to introduce ordinance 2022-02, and the purpose is to adopt a military equipment use policy. It's required pursuant to AB 481, which I'll describe, and we're requesting that you waive first reading of the ordinance. AB 481, which went into effect on January 1, was enacted to increase transparency, accountability, and oversight surrounding the use and acquisition of military equipment by state and local law enforcement. And it requires, in our case, the police department to obtain approval from the city council before purchasing, raising funds for, or acquiring military equipment by any means. The police department is also required to obtain approval before the city council before it collaborates with another law enforcement agency, or before using any new or existing military equipment that has not been approved as part of the policy. So again, as part of the requirement, AB 481 requires the council to approve an ordinance adopting a publicly released written military equipment use policy, which must address numerous topics, including the type, quantity, capabilities, purposes, and authorized use of each type of military equipment, the fiscal impact of the acquisition and use, the legal and procedural rules that govern their use, the training required by officers who are allowed to use them, and the mechanics to ensure policy compliance, and the procedures by which the public may register complaints. The council must consider this equipment policy in an open session, such as tonight, and may only approve the policy if certain findings are made regarding the need for the military equipment and the lack of reasonable alternatives. In addition, any law enforcement agency that receives approval for the use of military equipment is required to submit an annual report to the city council regarding the use of the equipment, and any complaints received, any internal audits, or other information about violations of the military equipment use policy, the cost of such use, and other similar information. The point of having the equipment and the police department is completely committed to utilizing current and progressive equipment that helps safeguard the community and reduces risk in escalating volatile situations that may rise to the level of a lethal encounter. Some of these tools can help de-escalate a situation prior to the actual need to use the tool. Again, there are certain safeguards provided in the law and the ordinance, such that public safety, welfare, and civil rights, and ensuring transparency and oversight and accountability in place. For example, as I mentioned, the department will be required to conduct an annual audit. There'll be an annual report to the council for the use of the equipment. It will be required to seek prior approval should any new equipment need to be used. It will need to inform the public on how to file complaints and voice concerns and submit other questions. I did want to clarify that we will not be utilizing any exigent circumstances, or a reference in the staff report that should there be exigent circumstances, we would come back to the council. But at this point, we will not be utilizing that, and that is not in the policy. Should there be a need for additional equipment, we would just come back to the council and seek approval in advance. The policy that is before you lays out equipment that the police department owns. That's in section 1. Although not required to, for transparency purposes, section 2 lists additional equipment that may be utilized in a mutual aid type situation. The policy states that if there is mutual aid, that the equipment needs to be part of that that police department's policy. So if we're getting mutual aid from another city, the equipment that is used by that city should be part of their military equipment policy. But out of the transparency purposes, we've listed in section 2 the type of equipment that we might see utilized in a mutual aid scenario. I think our police chief is also going to make some comments, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mala.
Welcome.
Thanks, Mala, and good evening, council. Nice to see you all. Just to kind of echo what Mala had said and provide a little context on the policy and what I've come to understand about AB 481. Many of you may have heard about the 1033 military surplus exchange program, where police departments were able to obtain equipment from the Department of Defense. And those pieces of equipment could range from vehicles, ballistic helmets, body armor, first aid kits, down to office furniture. So that's kind of, I think, where the military term for this equipment has come in. And then we did work with the city attorney's office on our policy, and just kind of wanted to point out that it requires us to designate somebody who's a coordinator of this equipment. And we only have 3 pieces of equipment that we actually own. Those are actually already tracked within our department policy and how we do things by somebody who runs our armory. So it's not something new where we haven't been keeping track of these items. I think the changes for us is coming to you for approval, obviously, and then establishing the ability to have these community engagement meetings in a year, and come to council with a report, and then we'll have the public meetings. I imagine and understand there may be some issue or interest in us having more dialogue where people can get educated on this, which I'm happy to work on trying to incorporate as we start to roll out some of our engagement with the community as COVID declines, and we do our coffee with the cops or some of our neighborhood meetings. Even the Albany Expo is a good place for people to come and talk to officers and find out about this policy and the equipment we have. And then there's also, at the end of the policy, you'll see we have a system in place for people to email or call for questions, complaints, or concerns they have about it. So it does provide easier access for people if they have questions. And then if there's anything else that you have questions on, myself and Sergeant Curlin, who is currently going to be our designated military equipment coordinator, are here to answer those.
Thank you, Chief Geisberger. Do any council members have questions? Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Chief, for presenting this, and thank you, Mala. Just have a quick question. As far as the annual audit, do you know what that would entail in depth, or is it just based on whatever happens in that year? And if you can just go into clarity on that.
Sure. So the audit, this is a new law, and we're learning about it. And I've been talking with other, police departments about it and trying to figure out what it all entails. But the audit would be us going through, making sure we, kind of basically now have a document that covers what we did for training with the item, how we, if we did training with it, if it was used, and just more of a more formalized public document that would provide that. It would let you know about if we had complaints about the device. If somebody, let's say somebody, violated policy and went ahead and tried to get funding for buying, let's say, a drone. well, that's a violation of our policy. So that would be kind of part of that report.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions from council members? Not seeing any questions, go to public comment. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. So we'll just keep it on the same level, mayor and city council and police chief and everybody. Everything's going pretty good right now. So I was just wondering, this device, like, what is it? I mean, you know, is it an EMP device? Is it a rocket launcher? Is it a tank? I mean, it's like you were being around the bush, you know. You know what this device is, you know, and the last thing I want to say is, you know, we're kind of a small town, and we're doing a lot for our schools, and we got, you know, Sloan Stroll coming up, and I don't know if the sugar sweetened beverage tax is going to be able to pay for your military grade equipment. So I really hope you find some grants or something and not ask the city council for any money, because any money, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I may be wrong, but I think it was stated that the equipment is already owned. So it's not equipment that would be purchased, and I have no idea that it would be purchased with sugar sweetened beverage tax. In any case, would it be purchased? I don't know if the chief of police or the sergeant would like to say a little bit about the equipment. I will note that there's an inventory of the equipment that provides a lot of detail in one of the attachments. So I would direct the commenter to look there. But if you want to make any comments at this time.
Yeah, Mayor, I think that's probably the best resource for people to look at. It gives a pretty detailed list of what the devices that we own, personally, that we've had for years. I don't know how they were purchased when they were purchased years ago. But again, this, due to the concern about how money is being funded for these, if we were to buy something, we would have to come to council before we started that process, and those would be decisions that would be brought to you to decide on.
Thank you very much. So bringing it back to council, are there any questions or discussion, deliberation? Vice Mayor Teven.
I'll just say thanks for the presentation and the detail in this report about what we have as well as other jurisdictions have. And also just note, you know, I think this is a good example of seems like a good law that will increase accountability, but also shows what our police department has been doing, you know, not as much in the public eye to make sure it's accountable if this has already all been being tracked. And so I think this is all, you know, completely positive developments, and thank you for everyone for making it happen.
Yes, Councilman McQuaid.
I was going to introduce or make the motion to introduce the ordinance if we're ready.
I believe we are at that point.
Okay. I'll move we introduce ordinance 2022-02, adopting a military use equipment policy pursuant to Assembly Bill AB 481, and waive first reading of the ordinance.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. The resolution, City Clerk, would you please poll the council?
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
Sorry, Vice Mayor. The motion passes.
Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you, Sergeant and Police Chief.
Great. Thanks so much. Have a good night. Take care.
Thank you. Moving to unfinished business. The first item of unfinished business is a potential tax measure for this November to fund emergency medical services, advanced life support, and to raise staffing to standard levels, as well as to fund equipment for emergency medical response. May the council have staff report, and I know that's not the only report, but we'll start with there. unless you would like me to start, feel free to say so.
Sure, Mayor. Yeah, happy to defer to the subcommittee on the recommendation here and provide any follow-up. We have a number of people here to assist with questions and insight, including our consultant from NBS, 2 consultants from NBS, our Finance and Administrative Services Director, Heather Rowden, as well as our Fire Chief, Jim Boydo. So a number of people with different disciplines to answer questions. You know, in summary, this is an area that we continue to see a need for revenue and increasing over time with regard to the growth of our city, which is a positive thing, but also we want to make sure that we can provide sustained and increasing services to our community as needed. And we work closely with the subcommittee to prepare the information before the council this evening. And with that, I would defer to the subcommittee to dive into the details, if you will.
Thank you. Councilmember Gary, is it okay if yes, should I go ahead? Okay. So as in brief, as you saw from the report, there are currently 2 property taxes, which have slightly different structures. Not necessarily predicated on square footage. I think one of them is predicated on square footage for commercial space. On the other one, it's just a simple multiple. Any commercial entity pays a simple multiple of the flat rate for residential. And those 2 property taxes currently generate around $900,000 a year. The needs that have been identified to bring EMS back to full financial support and to add positions each of the 3 shifts to take them from 6 to 7 positions, as well as provide funding for EMS ALS equipment, is $1.95 million. So that was the sort of proposed target. So the ad hoc committee looked at that, and in terms of the proposal to increase the number of positions on each shift, that has come about because of population growth in the city. And as stated in the report, population has grown in Albany faster than the number of residences has grown, considerably faster. So there are more people living per residence than there were 10 years ago, and more than before that. And so our tax revenue is based on number of residences to a large degree, has not grown as fast as the number of people that are served by the department. So working with NBS, and very much enjoyed working with them, had 2 meetings with them, learned quite a bit, and they provided 2 potential approaches at the ad hoc committee's direction. One was looking at taxing per building square foot, and the other was taxing per square foot of land. And what was found was that taxing per square foot of land would result in a lower increase on average per residence, an average increase of $50 per year. This is compared to the current, I think, is about $110 per year. So not an insubstantial increase as a percentage basis, but also not a tremendous increase, the ad hoc committee felt, relative to what the city would gain on bringing its fire department shift back up to standard in terms of the ratio of number of paramedic firefighters to population, as well as fully funding EMS. And another advantage to taxing on a land basis, economists find that taxing land rather than buildings in urban areas helps to promote more efficient use of space in urban areas. So it's in accord with that principle. And the rates that are shown in the ad hoc committee's report, I mean, that'll be to NBS to validate or correct those. Certainly, once they have some direction from the council on which way to go. Those rates were based on assuming that 1 out of 10 households that lives in a taxable residence would apply for and be exempted from the tax and or receive a rebate. That number was selected because it's about equivalent to the number of households that are enrolled in care currently. So that is far more than the city has been successful in enrolling so far, but that's a aspirational target that we can aim for. So with that, I think I'll just, if I'll ask if there's any questions the ad hoc committee or Councilmember Gary. I don't know if you have any other thoughts to add to that. Okay. Don't know if Not seeing anybody raising their hand for questions, so we will go to attendee comment. Clerk, if you will do that which you do so well. Welcome back.
Thank you, Preston. So, you know, I was just thinking that this is actually a great tax measure. Okay, if we're going to tax the citizens of Albany, this is a great service actually to our community because it could save someone's life. So this is a matter of life or death. So this is important. And, you know, but we got to do it in a fun way. So, you know how we have our sugar sweetened beverage tax, and that goes towards health and welfare. How about we have a sugar food tax, and the money goes towards this, and it's a specific fund. So hear me out on this idea, right? So we've got this plan for this money for the 7th position and the emergency medical doctors and all this stuff, but the money's got to come from somewhere. So how do we generate money for that? Well, we got the sugar beverage tax. Why not a sugar food tax? And the reason why I say that is because, let's say Oreo cookies, double stuffed Oreo cookies, but they advertise it. Oh, you can get 2 packs, 2 for $4. Well, why don't we tax each cookie at least 1 cent? Because that's the solution. We're taxing the beverages, but now we've got to start taxing the food because people still have a problem eating sugar sweetened food. So we did the beverages. So let's do the food, and then let's have this be a specific food, sugar sweetened food tax, and then have it be a specific tax goes towards all this EMT stuff. That's my solution.
Thank you. Bringing it back to, oh, I apologize. I didn't see there was another attendee. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. This is Judy Kerr. I'm the chair of the Finance Advisory Committee, although I'm speaking this evening as an individual. Unfortunately, the timing of the schedules of the Finance Advisory Committee have not had a chance to review this proposed tax, nor has there been a prior public conversation about this. So my hope is that in the future we can get our schedules better in sync and we can have that conversation and have a little bit of public discussion prior to this type of meeting. But my thoughts on this as an individual are, the staff report reflects quite a lot on the possibility of moving to a contracted service and Falk ambulance services. It seems to me that the time response, the turnaround time on a call is not significantly concerning, and perhaps is a better and a more cost-effective way to look at solving this problem rather than taxing the citizens of Albany further. We are already paying a significant amount of money in taxes. So in addition to looking at alternatives and contracted services, I'd like to suggest that we need to really closely look at our budget overall and make sure that we are not spending money in an inefficient way on any other programs within our jurisdiction, within our city, and that we are really closely monitoring our expenses and our revenues. There are a number of opportunities for revenue enhancement within the city. Those will be presented to you hopefully within the next 3 months or 4 months from the Finance Advisory Committee. And before you move ahead with approving this as a ballot initiative, I'd like you to consider, pause, think, and stop for a moment and just say, do we really need another tax in Albany? Thanks.
Thank you. And not seeing any other commenters or any deliberation from the council. Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Oh, just to piggyback on Judy Kerr's comment about the Financial Advisory Committee, is there any reason why we're not including them in reading these prior to? Just asking, is that a part of their charge, or if you can bring clarity to that?
Yes, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Gary. Yes, the intent is, depending on the direction tonight from the council as you're reviewing the conceptual policy, components, that we would indeed endeavor to review this with the Financial Advisory Committee, with the understanding that we have hard timelines to get to the November ballot. So it would be in short order, likely at their next meeting or potentially a special meeting.
Thank you. I will offer that I've looked at the have access through the Mayor's Conference of Alameda County to some statistics regarding Falc's response, and have asked our fire department for its response time. And Falc has actually failed to meet its contractually required response time for most of the past year. That response time being 10 minutes, if I recall correctly. Its contractual requirement was to respond within 10 minutes, 90% of the time, and it did not make that. Whereas our fire department has been able to respond within that time frame, I believe 98% of the time. So this will really be a question for the voters. Ultimately, how do they want the city to proceed with those two options as possibilities? And I will also offer that this is not the first time that this item came before the council. It came before the council a couple months ago. That is why there's an ad hoc committee of the council that has been working on this, because it was previously discussed, and council gave the direction to establish an ad hoc committee. I do see there is somebody else who has not spoken yet tonight who has their hand raised, and I know it can be tough sometimes hitting the mark. So City Clerk, if you would, thank you. Welcome. And you are still on mute, as happens from time to time, if you were trying to talk.
How about now?
There we go.
I read the attached information on this item, and the amount of money that's credited for the cost of the additional firefighter seems low. I mean, for three of them, it was $475,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is the number that was provided.
Well, you're looking at public records of what people are paid in Albany. The last year that it's available was 2022, I guess. No, 2020. And 6 fire engineers make above $300,000, much more than $300,000 a year. 5 firefighters make more than $250,000 a year. And this was 2 years ago. How are we going to get 3 firefighters for $475,000? I mean, if my math isn't that good, but that's a total of 11 firefighters. I don't care what you call them, engineers, firefighters, whatever, that are making well above $250,000 each. No way in the world is it going to be $475,000. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And that sounds like a question that perhaps could be answered by the financial director. I'll leave it to the city manager to manage traffic there.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
So the 3 firefighter positions, fire engineers are actually a different position altogether. They make more than the just base firefighter, which is what we budgeted for. In addition, the overtime cost is a lot of what goes into the numbers that the person commenting was talking about. And ideally, if we had an additional person on shift, we wouldn't need as much overtime for covering, if someone's out on vacation or something like that. So some of that overtime cost would go down, and that is where the difference is.
If I may, it just occurs to me also that some of the costs that would appear as salary and associated costs, I imagine is overtime for responding to fight, wildfires across the state. And that is reimbursed by the state. So that sort of gives we don't see what portion that is, but that is some portion of that amount of money. So it's not all coming from Albany.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. One other, I mean, this is a little bit off to the side, but something I think that, well, go ahead, Councilman McQuaid.
Sorry, my mute wasn't working. Preston, go ahead. You just started to say something. Why don't you finish?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is a little bit off to the side, but we did discuss the private developments that are on leased property from UC. And without going into all the details, it was a rather amazing moment in the ad hoc meeting because four minds came together and each put their little bit into that stone soup, and it was realized those properties don't pay any of the line item property taxes in Albany. So if you think of Beaumont Village and Sprouts, they're not paying any of the line item taxes. And if they are, oh boy, I can't remember, they're unsecured properties. And so something of, you know, there are notionally some ways to bring them under taxation, but it was going to be really fraught to do that. Something called a community facilities district, if I recall, but even that was going to be really fraught. So I just wanted to put that out there because now that's been an ongoing question. So we did daylight that, and that certainly is going to power my part in talking to UC and saying, hey, you've got these private developments for free riding on Albany. That's not okay. So, but that's aside from the, you know, direct consideration, but it was a consideration that the ad hoc committee explored. Yes, Councilmember McQuaid.
Okay, I have to think about what you just said because I thought because they were now being used commercially, they no longer had their state exemption. Is that not correct?
So this is beyond me. I don't know, maybe NBS or the city attorney can weigh in, but my understanding is because they're unsecured, they're private property that is unsecured by land. Secured meaning the building is on the privately owned parcel. There's something about tax law around the taxes that we have that put those out of bounds, even though they're private buildings. So that's my thin understanding. I see that Sarah has her hand raised. Thank you very much. Come save me, please.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Jordan, members of the council, members of the public. Thank you. To address that question, the properties that are owned by UC but are leased to other entities are taxed based on that leased value as a possessory interest. So there is some level of general property tax coming to those properties. But as Mayor Jordan mentioned, it is difficult, depending on which mechanism you're using for a tax, either impossible or difficult to add something like a parcel tax to the secured property tax bill for those parcels that are taxed based on their possessory interest.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Mm-hmm. So can I go back and ask my original question?
Please do.
Okay, on page 4 of the staff report, where it talks about the low-income houses or low-income rebate, I'm a little bit confused where it says tax increases cannot be passed on to property owners to renters. The rebate provides income support, and then it goes on and finishes by saying the annual rebate will grow towards an amount that functions in practice as a portion of a basic income. Can you explain that?
Sure. So if somebody lives in a rented residence, it's not automatic that any tax increase that's approved by the electorate can be passed on by the owner of that property to the person that is renting that property. You know, that's subject to market forces. So to the extent that is not passed on, the rebate of that tax to a household that rents and also has very low income would actually provide them with some financial benefit or advantage because they're getting an amount of money that is not equivalent to the amount that the rent increased as a result of the tax going into place. So let's say the electorate passes a tax and increases the tax rate on property per residence by $100, and the market doesn't necessarily just automatically allow the passage of that $100 increase onto the renter. It depends upon conditions in surrounding cities, what the market will bear in terms of the cost of rent. And so if the rent doesn't go up by $100, but then that low-income household applies successfully for that rebate, they will receive $100. They may end up receiving more money than the rent actually went up in response to the tax being approved by the electorate.
Okay, so I think we need to make that really clear, because basic income is a different thing than a rebate. And while I'm not necessarily opposed to basic income, I think we need to make it really clear how this works.
Yeah, I mean, it might be it's a framing of perception, perhaps, because we already have rebates for 3 or 4 of the line item taxes. So to the extent this effect could occur, it's already occurring. So it might just be a matter of perspective.
Yeah, something to think about.
Sure. Yes, Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
No questions. I just want to thank the ad hoc committee for working on this. I'm very happy to see it, especially as this was something that way back when, before Mayor Jordan and I were on the council, he said to me, there's this version of this that is on the ballot that's regressive and it's for a good cause, but it should be progressive. So I'm happy to see it in that form with the land-based calculation, and happy to move it forward with that in mind.
Thank you. Yeah, and I don't think we're necessarily looking for a motion, but it's sort of sense of the council. You obviously have the sense of the ad hoc committee, so I guess that leaves it to Councilor McQuaid to express her desire moving forward, if she has one.
I think so. Yes. Thank you for working on this. I would like, obviously, to see the numbers tightened up by NBS, but we're on the right track.
All right. Good deal. Staff, does that provide what you're looking for?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Our next steps will involve coordination with City Attorney to draft an ordinance, as well as coordination with NBS to confirm the numbers, and then we'll present that back to the council for further consideration.
Thank you. Yes, and I would underscore taking it to the Financial Advisory Committee as well.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Very
Sorry
good.
about that. Forgot
no
about
problem.
that. Yes.
Thanks.
That was my part.
Yeah. Item 10-2. This is policy direction on potential ballot measure to update the business license tax. Staff, if you would kindly provide a report.
City Clerk, can you promote Heather back? Thank you.
Welcome back.
Yes, we just slight delay. Okay, so I do have a presentation, I think. Let me start that. I feel like I have not done one of these for you guys in a while. Slideshow, there we go. Can everyone see this?
I believe we can. Thank you.
Perfect. So the idea is to update the business license taxes. The current structure is, these are the current costs. The current actual business license rates was attached to the staff report. You'll see that in general, businesses have to pay $331 for one employee or owner, whatever you have in the city, and $68 for each additional full-time equivalent. So if you have 2 part-time, that equals 1 full-time. For rental units, it is $104 per unit. And currently the low income amount is set if you have, in the staff report, I put 7,600. That was incorrect. I double checked it for putting this presentation together. It's 7,200. That is not adjusted for inflation. That is just where the low income is. And it is half of, or approximately, it's $68. It was originally half of the general business. Each number in and of itself is adjusted by CPI each year. So it grew, it's not exactly half anymore. But so that's what it is currently. I am not going to read these to you, but we also have different taxes for all of these things, some of which are slightly outdated. Not sure when the last time we had a public dance was, although I am all for that. Peddlers and solicitors. So there's just a lot of things on there that make it a little unwieldy. People have a lot of questions. So why are we trying to go to a gross receipts tax? Well, first, it is suggested in the Albany Economic Development Strategic Plan that Council approved a little while ago. And besides that, the gross receipts tax would spread the tax burden across businesses that are able to pay instead of by employee count, which will be made very clear later on in the examples that I give. And modernize it, again, those public dances. It's not really, we don't have a lot of space for a skating rink, things like that. And for ease of administration, there's a lot of numbers there right now. People are pretty confused often on these rates. And it's not super easy to confirm how many employees people have. It's a lot of onus on staff to do those audits and things like that. So switching to a gross receipts tax would be a lot easier for staff to ensure that people were filing correctly. So what are there other people in the area doing? Alameda, Berkeley, Richmond, and Hercules all have some sort of gross receipts tax.
Oh, is that me or is that our finance director?
That was not just you this time.
Okay. It happens. City manager, I don't know, you might need to
Sure, I'm letting her know the audio's out.
Yeah, it's frozen altogether, so she might need to jump out and back in.
And that's her screen, so I can't change the screen either.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the public dances.
Oh, thank you, Anne. I'm thinking that was you.
No, I think she's she left
okay.
and she's trying to reconnect.
Great.
Yeah, fun reality that might maybe potentially be ending soonish.
Yeah.
I think that going back in person, that is, not to be cryptic. Say maybe we take a break, but then we're all gone and she shows up. Wonders what happened.
We could, Mala.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think we were both going to say the same thing. If you want to jump to the commercial vacancy tax, we could take that. Oh, but she's coming back.
Yes.
My dog ran in and my internet went out, and I don't think those two things are connected, but that happened. All right. So what was the last thing that we saw?
I think the last thing we saw, I think we saw the slide that had the public dance, and maybe we're on the one after that.
Okay.
I think that's where we were.
I see, the things that I say may be crazy, but they stick out.
Yeah, that's right. There we go.
All right. Well, that's not it. Here we go. Comparables. So we currently Alameda, Berkeley, Richmond, and Hercules use some sort of gross receipts tax. The tax structures vary from city to city. And so some have a flat rate, some have, a tiered multiple or graduated rate structure. Some have both for different businesses. It depends on the industry. The rates sometimes depend on the industry. El Cerrito uses employee count. So for the gross receipts calculations, NBS helped us put together the model for this. And there is really no one place that holds gross receipts calculations for businesses in the area. So we had to make a number of assumptions and use a number of different sources. So one of the things that we used was our sales tax information. Again, that is confidential and can only be used for internal purposes, but we used some of that data as a base to see, how much are the businesses who do collect sales tax, what are the, taxes that they're collecting, and therefore what are the gross receipts on those items. We then made a number of assumptions based off of that. So for example, we assumed that grocery stores, anything categorized as a grocery store, most of their sales are going to be tax exempt. So we said that 60% of those of their gross receipts are going to be exempt, and kind of assumed what their total gross receipts would be by applying that 60% exempt sales to what they reported as taxable sales. We also used our current business license data to put together a number of different assumptions. We determined what the number of professional services offices, so how many attorneys' offices do we have? How many medical healthcare service providers do we have? And we applied other assumptions based off of that. NBS was able to look at some area information that they had access to and get averages for certain professional services. And we also were able to pull the current number of rental units and then apply, doing a search for how much it costs to rent an apartment in Albany, approximately, how much the gross receipts for all of those would be. For additional questions on the assumptions and the calculations that we did, I would bring in Sarah if people have questions later. So we presented 4 different options in the staff report. The first 2 are based on a flat rate, and the first one was $800,000. We currently bring in around $700,000 to $750,000 in business license taxes. So the first one is $800,000. It would be a slight increase of revenue to the city. The proposal was to increase that low income, thing from $7,200 to $50,000. And that would be with a $25 flat rate, which is much lower than what it currently is for the $7,200. And then for anything above 50,000, there would be a $75 flat rate plus a gross receipts of 0.18% applied to anything above 50,000 or $50,000 and up. So these comparisons, the restaurant and the healthcare averages, I have done these for each of the 4 structures. So you can see how it would change for these 2 scenarios. Now, looking at all of our sales tax receipts, the average restaurant in Albany has approximately $55,000 in gross receipts in a year. With the new structure, they would be bringing in, or they would be taxed at $84. With the current structure, I looked at the business licenses, the current business license data, And our restaurants are reporting an average of 3.38 full-time equivalent employees. So assuming that they make that they have 3.38 full-time equivalent employees, they are paying $560.84. So their tax would go down significantly. Now, a healthcare service provider, the data that MBS was able to put together, has an average of about $500,000 in gross receipts for the year. With the new structure, at this proposed structure, they would be paying $885. The current structure, our healthcare services providers are reporting just under one full-time equivalent additional employee. And so they're paying $399. So their taxes would go up. So the next option is to raise additional general fund revenue by bringing the taxing structure up to assume $1 million in revenue. So again, and this is across all four options, we've left anyone who makes less than $50,000 at a $25 flat rate. To get to $1 million, we'd have anyone above that with a $75 flat rate with a gross receipts tax of 0.25%. And hold on. Yes. And so with this option, you see we have the restaurant that it's the same thing. They bring in an average of 55,000 in gross receipts. The new taxing structure would have them charged $87.50 and compared to the current way. And then if the healthcare service provider would be taxed at $1,200 instead of their current $399. Our other option with gross receipts is to do a graduated tax rate similar to income taxes. If we wanted to just bring in, approximately what we're bringing now, I proposed this rate structure. With this rate structure, the restaurant would be paying, less than the flat rates. And the healthcare service provider would also be paying less because they have the 500,000 in gross receipts, and we're really getting the majority of our revenue from anyone, in $1 million or above. The second graduated tax proposed structure would bring in $1 million, and with this proposal, the restaurant is still paying less than the two flat rates, and the healthcare services is paying a little bit less than the previous, but still much more than the restaurant. So with that, here are the four proposals. And I did not put the comparisons because this is a lot of data on one slide. But this is the end of my presentation. So I will leave this up so that you guys can look at it.
Thank you. By happenstance, I can actually see the three other council members. So that's convenient. Do you have any questions? I do not see any questions. All right. With that, I guess we will go to comment by attendees. Hey, Clark, if you could admit the first attendee.
Yeah, thank you. So there's a category of the million and above. I'm thinking of big corporations and businesses with employees and a lot of gross receipts. Should probably be the racetrack, Belmont Village, and Target. And I was wondering if we can have some more detailed on the million and up. If we can have a tax rate at 2 million, a different one at 3 million, 4 and 5 million. And once you hit 5 million, that's 1% tax. That's 1%. So I think we need to go up a little bit more on the bigger end. And also, this whole idea of taxing our businesses, and then we're doing all this energy and going through all this work, and then we're going to develop a program for financial things for fee waivers. So it's like, we want to encourage businesses in Albany, but why do we tax them so much? Let them kind of just do their thing and not tax them so much, because we're hurting the business by taxing them. If we tax them too much, they might go bankrupt and they might not succeed. So this whole idea of taxing the businesses, we should just waive the taxes on the businesses. Just let them do their thing, But I don't know. That's it.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Council. This is Judy Kerr again, commenting and just questioning a couple of things. Thank you, Heather, for a very informative and I think very explanatory presentation. I find myself leaning toward a graduated tax rate, but I have questions about how gross receipts are determined, particularly for medical services. And I have some degree of experience in medical billing, and I could never figure out what we were billing as an administrator in a medical practice. So how you would determine gross receipts and the administrative burden of that would be something that would probably need a little bit further elucidation. And so those are my comments. And again, I tend to support the graduated tax rate. Again, as with the prior issue, I hope that there will be an opportunity for the Finance Advisory Committee to discuss and invite further public comment on this issue. Thanks.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands raised. Back to council. I guess a question on administering, knowing what the gross receipts are. Either a question for the financial director or MDS, I'm not sure which.
So I specifically picked that term because it is on the federal tax returns. So it would tie to basically the first line of the tax return, the 1120 for corporations, or Schedule C for anyone who's filing on an individual return.
How would that work for a business that has a position in Albany, but also positions many other places?
So they should be able to provide schedules as to, how they came up with their gross receipts. And generally that's by location. So that's something that they should be able to provide. If for some reason they couldn't, I'm sure that there's something we could figure out, but it's something that they probably should have.
And is this envisioned as, or is it already administered by a third party, or is it envisioned to be administered in-house?
So we currently administer this in-house, where it is slightly unwieldy. It's something, and the fact that we've been thinking about, making this change for a few years. We have not looked into having a third party administrator, but if this passes, or if it doesn't, we may look at that to see what the cost benefit of having it, externally versus in-house, once we know what will be happening going forward.
Thank you. Are there any comments or discussion from council members? Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Very detailed, very helpful. I just personally would lean towards the higher rate of the graduated tax rate, just more progressive, and I'm happy with this continuing.
Thank you. Councilmember McQuaid.
Yes, I would agree with that, at least at this point, moving this forward. Oh, sorry. Now my screen stopped. I guess one question that I have though is, and Heather, you certainly could explain this better than I can. We want to be sure that we don't, in raising the tax, need to go out and spend more money to manage the tax. That seems a little counterproductive. So we want to make sure we kind of get it. Either we need to go out no matter what, or we have a tax that we don't need to go out. So we're not just raising it higher to pay more. That doesn't make sense to me.
Councilmember Geary.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm in agreement with moving towards the graduated tax rate, but I guess my question is, does this tax rate or tax hike has to go on this ballot? Like, can we wait a year? And I guess my concerns are, again, we're just getting out of COVID. Businesses are trying their best to get stable. We do have funding for them to get grants and things right now. So I think it will be, I guess, in my opinion, a little bit too much at this time. And if we could hold off till the next ballot, session, I think that's what, in 2024, or even if that's an option. So that's my concern. It's just making sure that the businesses, become stronger, healthy, able to maintain so they can. Food is going up. We have inflation. There's a lot of elements to increases on their part. And I understand that we do want to generate income for the city, but I also just want to make sure that we're cognizant of what the businesses are going through as far as getting back on their feet. We want to continue to promote growth in the city and not remove them out. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor Jordan.
Thank you. For my part, I'm in favor of the 0.1, 0.2, 0.3% graduated schedule. And to Councilmember Gary's comment, if this were adopted, it would actually provide a tax cut to businesses that are below a certain mark. Depends on how many employees they have and whatnot, but for the smaller businesses, it seems like for many of them, it would provide a tax cut. So that would actually provide support for coming back into full strength as we hopefully move out of the pandemic and into pandemic. So yeah, I'm in favor of moving forward with that option. And with that, maybe you can stop your screen share. We'll get a read from yourself and city manager. I think we provided direction. All right. Sounds good. Move on to 10-3, policy direction on potential new commercial vacancy tax.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. We have before you a discussion on a commercial vacancy tax, so we can get some direction from the council that we can prepare the ordinance and bring that back to you for future consideration. This is coming before you because a vacancy tax, specifically a commercial vacancy tax, was listed as part of your strategic plan, Goal 4, Objective 3. Vacancy taxes are created so that vacant or underutilized properties can be developed or sold or rented, and it's really to motivate the owners to no longer keep the property vacant. We're only aware of 2 cities in California that have adopted a commercial vacancy tax, and I'll talk about both of those taxes briefly. San Francisco adopted their tax in 2020, and Oakland adopted their tax, both going to the voters in 2018. So San Francisco's tax became effective January 1, 2022. So they delayed their effective date by a year. I think they held off for 2021. And it's specific to certain commercial districts within the city, and it applies to ground floor commercial space in those specific districts. And vacancy is defined to be more than 182 days. So it's almost 6 months of a calendar year in order for the vacancy to be triggered. Because it is a special tax, there's a requirement that the funds be used for a specific purpose. In San Francisco, they created a small business assistance fund to assist small businesses. And also those businesses affected by blight, crime, and other negative impacts. Oakland's vacancy tax, as I mentioned, was adopted in 2018. It was put into place in 2019. The staff report says 2022, but it's 2019. It applies across the board to commercial properties as well as residential properties. It's not specific to a district as opposed to just the use. The tax is flat tax of $3,000 or $6,000, depending on the type of use. It does include a residential vacancy as well as a commercial vacancy, while San Francisco is just a commercial vacancy tax. We're aware of some other cities that are considering this. Both Los Angeles and San Diego are potentially considering placing a commercial vacancy tax on the ballot for November. And if you'd like, I can just jump into the kind of 6 discussion points that we're looking to get from you. I do want to clarify, it is, as I mentioned, a special tax, so it would take a 2/3 vote of the electorate to pass. So the first issue we're hoping to get some clarification from the council is where this would apply. As I mentioned, in San Francisco, it only applied to certain commercial districts. So we could have this applied to just the Solano Commercial District and the San Pablo Commercial District, or we could have it apply across the board to any commercial use that's permitted either by our zoning code or that's legally non-conforming. The second issue that we wanted to get some direction from you is vacancy. How long of a period do you want to consider? San Francisco has the 182 days, while Oakland is more lenient. It just needs to be in use less than 50 days in the calendar year. So it'd be helpful to get some time frame from you, as well as Oakland has a maybe more robust definition of use, which would be helpful to know, particularly if we're concerned about warehouses in our city, that we would like to get direction. There are certain exemptions that apply in each city. There are noticeably probably more exemptions that apply in Oakland than in San Francisco. San Francisco does not exempt itself from the tax, and it specifically calls itself out in that regard. Oakland exempts very low income. There's financial hardship exemptions. There's low income seniors. So those would be things that we'd also like to seek from you if you'd like a broader, more Oakland type of exemption process. The tax rate as well is also something for you to consider. San Francisco uses linear footage based off of the building, and then it also talks of each year that the building is vacant increases the amount. So the first year it's $250 per linear footage of frontage. If it's vacant for a second year, it jumps to $500 per linear foot, and then a third year or more gets to $1,000. Oakland's is a simpler process. It's just a flat parcel rate of $3,000 if it's a vacant condo, duplex, townhouse, or ground floor commercial. It's $6,000 if it's other residential or non-residential or vacant parcels. So it is a bit of a simpler process. The tax would, if it was put on the ballot for November 2022, it would start having an impact on the calendar year of 2023, and we wouldn't start collecting until 2024 unless you wanted to implement some sort of delay similar to what San Francisco did. Another thing, or an important thing to consider, is how you want to use the tax. In San Francisco, I mentioned it was a small business assistance fund. In Oakland, it was used to fund homelessness programs and services, affordable housing, and code enforcement and cleanup of blighted properties and illegal dumping. So we'd like to get some basic understanding of what you would like to use the tax for. And then lastly, the consideration we'd like to know is if you want there to be a sunset date. San Francisco's is permanent. It does not have a sunset date. And then Oakland's has a term for 20 years. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, but those are the direction we're looking to seek from you, and then we can come back with a draft.
Thank you, City Attorney. Any questions from council members?
So Mayor Jordan, are you going to go one by one?
Well, for now, you could just ask questions, and then we'll come back when we do discussion. We can discuss them one by one, and if there's extra questions, then.
All right, thanks.
Okay, not seeing any questions. Well, actually, I have a question. San Francisco had a going out of business provision that I was not clear on. It's just something about the business is operated for 182 consecutive days within a 2-year or more lease. It would not be considered vacant any portion of the remaining time. I'm not sure I'm understanding that. I mean, if the business had a 5-year lease and only operated half a year continuously in that 5 years, it would not be subject to the vacancy tax? Am I understanding that, or hopefully I'm misunderstanding that?
Let me double check that, Mayor,
Okay.
and get back to you, hopefully
Sure.
during this meeting.
Yep, no problem. So we will go to attendee comment. I see a hand raised. Thank you, City Clerk. Welcome back.
Oh, thank you. So in the reading, you know, it doesn't really specify the residential part, but I think that's great. I was going to mention that, and then she started talking about it, which is great. You know, I was going to even include industrial, so we could make it a 3-part tax. You know, industrial, residential, and commercial. You know, so, and then yeah. So what are we going to use the money for? Is it a general tax, or is it a specific tax? So on each of these taxes we're talking about, we should discuss the topic of if it's general or specific, and what the tax goes to. So I don't know, $1,000 a square foot. That's, I don't know who came up with that number. Seems like it's pretty simple to come up with that math. It's kind of like the matching game. 1 square foot, $1,000. I don't know. It's kind of, and so if you have a 1,000 square foot, you know, place, your property tax is $1 million. I mean, I'm just saying. I don't know. So, and then the whole thing is this whole concept of taxing a business that's vacant. Do you realize we're just coming out of, or we may still be in a pandemic to where it's kind of mandatory that businesses remain vacant? So you're going to be in a pandemic, you're going to tax the business for being vacant at the same time as put a mandate on that your business can't function. So I don't know. It seems kind of catch-22 situation. You know, I hope the pandemic doesn't continue. You know, if it continues another 2 years, you can't tax the business for being, or the homeowner or the property owner for being vacant, because there's a pandemic in the world. So, I mean, it's a great idea because of these vacancies. It's a great idea, the way to use stuff, but this tax is more for residential. The businesses are going to fill out. You know, doing all this for $25? Geez, that's just a penny. We're doing all this work to get $25. Wow. What are you going to do with $25 from each business? You know, I'm just saying it's just not a good time right now to be doing this.
Thank you. I will clarify that the San Francisco tax structure schedule is, oh, I'm sorry, there is another person who has a hand raised. Please go ahead.
Mayor Jordan, if you'd like to clarify that point, I'm perfectly willing to wait.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just want to clarify the San Francisco tax structure is not $1,000 per square foot at the 3-year mark of vacancy. It's $1,000 per linear foot of frontage of that property on the city right of way. So pretty dramatic difference in terms of what the implication is for tax. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thanks. This is Judy Kerr again. I really support the notion of a vacancy tax in the city for commercial, but I'd also like to thank the city attorney for including in her presentation discussion of Oakland's residential vacancy tax. I don't know what the rate of vacancy is in Albany. I think the last thing that I could find through a Google search, may not be accurate, was about 1%. Which doesn't calculate out to much more than maybe $90,000 a year in income, depending on what we set the the tax at, but it is nonetheless an important consideration. And I wonder, in considering whether we want to add a residential component to a commercial vacancy tax, I wonder if we couldn't in some way use that as a way to look at our affordable housing allocations from the state. We're obviously way behind on that. And if we really move in a proactive way to maximize the utilization of our residential properties, I think we might find at least some goodwill in that process. And finally, my thoughts on the residential tax are that we're on the cusp of most likely developing the San Pablo corridor with quite a bit of multi-unit housing. And if we're going to set rents and condo sale prices at an affordable rate, we need to have some incentive in place to make sure that those properties don't sit vacant. And this would be one way to approach that. So those are my thoughts. And I do hope you will consider either in this iteration or further iterations down the line, the inclusion of residential vacancy rate in addition to commercial vacancy rate, which I wholly support. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing any other attendees with their hand raised, coming back to council. I'm going to suggest that before we take up the 6 items that the city attorney asked for feedback on, it's been raised to have a residential vacancy tax and industrial vacancy tax. I think that's kind of a more higher level overarching conversation. So I just wanted to get the council's take on that since it's been raised. Yes.
Mayor Jordan, we only agendize this as a commercial vacancy tax. So if there is an interest in bringing back a discussion of including a residential vacancy tax as part of this tax, we can bring that back as a discussion point, and that would be probably more similar to Oakland's tax.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for keeping me on that straight and narrow here. Okay, so well, maybe I'll ask a question about industrial, which to the extent Albany has an industrial, my understanding is it would be along Cleveland. Legally, would that be inbounds for this agenda item? You know, should the council be interested in exploring applying this vacancy tax to those properties, or would that also be a separate agenda item?
I think it could fit in the commercial concept because in my mind, it's more either commercial or residential. Okay. So I think it could fall within that purview.
Yeah, it's kind of migrated from industrial to retail wholesale in any event. All right, well, unless there's any overarching thoughts, maybe you could provide us with your first point that you wanted feedback on so we can take them point by point.
Sure. So the first point was, where do we want this to apply for commercial properties? Do you want to limit it to, for instance, Solano and San Pablo commercial districts, or do you want to just have it apply to any zone, any use that has a commercial use and potentially industrial use?
Councilmember McQuaid.
So are we just kind of answering this one question? That's my thought, what we're doing.
Yeah, yes. one at a time to try to keep the flow.
Personally, I would like to see it across the board, every place.
Okay. Vice Mayor Teeman?
Agreed.
Councilmember Gary giving an affirmative nod. I agree with that. I know, for instance, along Cleveland, I believe there are some buildings that have been vacant for quite some time. I know one has just been converted to a new use, which is great. But I don't want to forget about Cleveland. That's an important part of the city. So yeah, I agree with applying everywhere. That's going to perhaps make it a little tricky in terms of what the tax basis is, whether it's square foot of property, square foot of building. You've got commercial spaces in the bottom ground floor of buildings that are mixed use. So I don't know how to approach that. I do think the linear frontage for Solano and San Pablo makes sense, but we probably can't mix linear footage in some areas with square footage in other areas. You know, I'm thinking the Target property has very little linear footage facing onto East Shore Highway. Now, of course, it isn't vacant, but you know, should a property like that become vacant, what would make sense. So, but yeah, clear direction that there's interest in it applying to all commercial areas.
And does that include industrial uses as well? It sounds like it. Okay, great. So then the next question is, how do we want to define vacancy? As I mentioned, San Francisco uses about 6 months and Oakland is more lenient. You just need to use the property for about 50 days in the calendar year.
Councilmember Gary.
So I guess my question, I think I asked this before, is how long have some of the buildings been vacant? I guess we can kind of gauge it from there. If it's been vacant for, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, I think that we should give them like anywhere from 60 to 90 days. But if it's like a newly vacant, I don't know if we can break it up like that, have it 2-tier. Like if it's been vacant for years, up to 5 years, let's say, and then anything below 5 years, it could be, a longer amount because it's newly vacant. That's just my thought.
Thank you. Councilmember Quinn.
So I think that brings up an interesting point, at least in my mind. Is there kind of a starting line to this? Like say January 1st, nothing happens. And then, say we said 6 months, then July 1st, we start taxing people. Is that how it works? Or can we go back retroactively?
We wouldn't be able to go back retroactively. So if you set, if you used, let's say, San Francisco's 182-day time frame, it would have to happen within the 2023 calendar year, and then we'd like to put this on the tax rolls for implementation purposes, and so then that would get imposed as of July 1 of 2024. So the year that you're really looking at the vacancy is the calendar year of 2023. We wouldn't go back in time until.
And can I ask one more question?
Sure. Yes, please.
I'm trying to be careful of what I ask for here. If we were to consider residential, do they have to be on the same clock?
They did that in Oakland. It's the same. The definition that I gave you in the staff report applies across the board. And I don't know if they just did that for simplicity purposes. If that's, if again, you want to consider residential, we could bring that back, and I could bring back that, if there's a different timeline. It may cause, all I can think of is it may cause implementation issues, but we can bring that back as a discussion point should you like to consider it.
Next, Mayor.
I'd like the 6 month option. I mean, it seems reasonable if we apply a vacancy tax for the year if your property is vacant for more than half of the year. So I think it sort of makes logical sense and would work well.
Yeah, I agree with that. Well, it might delay the tax. I wonder if it would make more sense for this to operate on whatever year basis articulates with when information has to be sent to the county for putting on the property tax rolls, which I think is probably on a fiscal, city fiscal year. Yeah. So right, if it was on the ballot and passed this year, then obviously 2023 would be the first year, but then it's 6 months till it can be implemented anyway. So, in some ways, maybe it would make more sense not to use the fiscal year and just not start this whole thing until July 1st of 2023, and then take it to, or maybe that wouldn't leave enough time to develop the role and give the information.
I think we may need to do it, Mayor Jordan, on the calendar year such that we can get the information so that it's placed on the July 1 tax rolls.
Well, do we know when the deadline for the tax roll is? Because they don't, I know the first payment isn't due until November. So I don't know, like the county registrar has a deadline for getting stuff on the ballot. I don't know if the assessor has a deadline for providing what the current taxes are. That might be useful information to have. Oh, looks like maybe we have that information. MBS coming in.
Hello again. Yes, we live and die by the date of August 10th, which is when the information for any items that are to be included on the property tax bill are due to the county.
Yes, my preference would be to well, if possible, to use a fiscal year, but I don't know if a month and 10 days is enough to get that information together. That's for staff to advise on. But I'm a little leery of having it the calendar year and then it hits the tax bill, 10 months later, and you've got the person going, "What is this? We have a business there now. What are you talking about?" To have it a little more closely timed together.
I will add, I don't know if a month and 10 days is enough time, but Oakland does have a pretty robust appeal process. And I don't think if we wanted to have that similar process, it would definitely not allow for that.
Yeah, okay, all right. Thank you. Next question. Oh, sorry, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I think, in my perfect world, 6 months sounds good, but I think that sounds a little bit short. It would be easy to be vacant for 6 months if you're maybe you're looking for the perfect tenant or something. I think it just seems short to me. Excuse me, I'm not sure. I know, what is it, San Francisco has that, but and a year seems too long. So I sort of thought maybe 9 months, kind of split the difference.
Yeah, I mean, another tricky bit of this is my understanding it's not on a rolling basis. And that's another kind of problematic. So, a property that goes vacant, let's say in April, could stay vacant until September of the next year, be vacant for more than a year. We're using a calendar basis, but it would never be considered vacant under this approach. So that might be another way to go, is to do it more on a rolling basis. And that way it isn't a situation where, and I have no idea, implementation, but to put out the ideal, if it was on a rolling basis, then you wouldn't have the bulk of a big slug of work that was hitting staff all at once right ahead of the, in some period before the information had to go to the assessor. As properties came up as having been vacant, say, for 9 months, whatever 9 months those are, then they'd go on the, they get a notice that this is happening, they could appeal, and if it's, all gets finished up by the time the property tax information is needed, then it would go to the assessor to go on the roll. So, an ideal. Probably not workable, but an ideal. So how do we feel about 9 months for vacancy?
I'm in agreement with the 6 months. Because a lot of these properties have been vacant for quite some time and there's no need to prolong it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Yeah, I think I would prefer the 6 months, but ideally, yeah, on a rolling basis. So it's not just, that set time period.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a rolling basis, I could support 9 months. If it's annual basis, just statistically because of how it's not going to align or not likely align, then I'm more inclined to 6 months. But I think there's probably enough direction there to bring back which of those is possible, and then we can decide from there. Thanks.
So then the next question is about exemptions. And to answer your question, or to give more context for the going out of business language. So if in San Francisco, if someone has used the space, the commercial space, for at least 6 months and the lease is at least 2 years, and then they go out of business, they're not going to be on the hook for the commercial vacancy tax. That's how that works.
So again, I guess to clarify, so let's say a business takes a 2-year lease, it operates for 6 months, it goes out of business. and then the property can sit vacant for a year and a half and it's never considered vacant?
It's not, it's, I guess so the way San Francisco's tax is a little different than Oakland's in the sense that Oakland, it's the owner who has to pay for the tax because it's going on the property tax. And in San Francisco, they're applying it, if it's the owner who's keeping it vacant, then the owner gets charged. If the owner leases it and then the lessee is not actually operating it, it's the lessee who gets charged. So it keeps working down because they're just billing as opposed to putting it on a property tax roll. We're recommending the property tax situation to curtail staff time. We don't have a department.
Okay, so we don't only.
So that
we don't really worry about it, but I'm not in favor of out of business provision. I mean, somebody has a 5-year lease and they operate for 6 months, then the thing sits vacant for 4.5 years. What have we accomplished?
Right.
Thoughts on what exemptions? I'm not clear on the legal distinction. Yes, Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yeah, we can work that out.
Yeah, I'd be more in favor of the sort of Oakland approach with some more lenient exemptions, especially, having, demonstrable, unrelated to personal finance hardship, so that, we have some leeway for people who need it and have a good reason.
I'm in agreement with that approach as well.
So, Vice Mayor, would you just take that whole phrase, the third bullet point, demonstrable hardship?
Yes, especially that one. I think a lot of the others are probably, good to keep, nonprofits, building permits, active construction, exceptional specific circumstances, financial hardship, very low income. I think all of these are pretty much, I would think, would be good to have. If you have any that you don't like, then I'd love to hear that.
Well, I think if they're doing their permitting, I think they're in process. I'm not sure that I would consider that an exemption, I guess. The building permit application, again, if they're in the process, I'm not sure why you would tax them.
Councilmember McQuaid, the way San Francisco just didn't even consider those situations as vacant, and
right,
Oakland just made them an exempt. So that's how they handled it.
Yeah, I think not considering them vacant makes sense. On this one, I'm not sure why low income or disabled or senior makes a difference. Can somebody clarify that? Why they would be exempt from the tax?
I don't have the background on why they did that. I can bring that back if, when we bring back the ordinance, I can give you more information if I can find it from Oakland.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I'll offer, I'm inclined to the San Francisco provisions. If a planning application's been submitted, if a building permit application's been submitted, and the others, I'm not as inclined to a low-income provision on this, because the desire is for this commercial property to be put to work. And, ultimately having it sit as a whole in the fabric of the commercial district for whatever reason is deleterious to all the surrounding businesses. And if it's vacant, it's not generating income for that low-income person either. So it's not like they're getting benefit or dependent upon it. So I would like to have the vacancy tax apply to provide them an incentive as well to put that property to work, either for their own benefit or to sell it and garner the benefit of the sale, and to somebody else who will put it to work. So, different situation than residents.
I was just going to say, I suspect some of these exemptions were more applicable to residents than to the commercial aspect. And because Oakland is both residential and commercial, that may be also why there's much more exemptions.
Yeah, I can understand, for instance, if it's a duplex and it's owner occupied in one residence, it's not in the other residence, but it's gotten to the point where it can't be rented to code violations and they don't have the capital to bring it up to code. yeah, it's a very different situation than a commercial property. So split decision on that one for the moment, but I think.
Some more information would be good.
Yeah.
So I don't have direction on that aspect, it sounds like.
Well, you do. I guess just bring us some more information so we can.
More information, right, but not actually plug in. Okay, perfect.
Classic politician move. Do a study.
Okay, so then the next one is the rate. As I mentioned, San Francisco based it on linear footage, and then it escalated each year. And then Oakland was just a flat amount based off of what type of use. If it was residential, certain residential was 3,000 and others were 6,000 for residential and non-residential. It'd be easier to do the flat amount, but we're seeking direction.
I'll jump in. I support the frontage basis because it's really the frontage that creates the hole in the commercial fabric that can impact surrounding businesses and cause blight and whatnot. And blight was really the motivating goal, as I recall. So I say the only property that doesn't seem to work well, to my knowledge, with a frontage basis is the property that Target occupies, but that's, you know, pretty exceptional. All the other properties have property lines that are fairly perpendicular to the right of way. So that's the best I can see. Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yeah, I don't have a hugely strong opinion on which to do versus linear frontage or flat rate, especially because I have a hard time conceptualizing what would be sort of the flat rate that would be impactful. But I think either way, it would be really good to have that part that is it San Francisco San Francisco has it so that it increases if there's consecutive years. So I think either way, I would like that to be in there.
And I guess I think the same question again is, does it have to be the same? Should we do residential? Do they have to be the same formula?
I don't think it does, but again, if we want to bring back the residential discussion, we can lay out those questions as well.
Okay, and I agree the graduated step up is good.
And do you have a preference between frontage versus just flat amount, you know, the same for everybody, for every entity?
I'm not wedded to either one, but I kind of like your idea, the linear footage.
Mary, I don't know if you have a thought or an opinion on which. So there's the same price per entity or linear footage.
Linear footage.
Or did she say linear footage? I clearly need a brain infusion at the moment. I apologize. All right, yeah, I worry about if it's the same price per entity, same absolute tax amount per entity, then it's going to be regressive. You know, you're going to have some entities that are paying a considerable amount for very small commercial space, and some paying very little relative to a large commercial space. And I also support it increasing over time. I think the San Francisco rates are a little spicy for Albany. You know, those are San Francisco rates. I put down on my notes something more like $100 the first year, $200 the second. This is on a linear footage basis, and $500 the third year. You know, the goal is to send a bit of a signal, not crush the person right out the gate.
And if there is, it looks like an interest in doing the linear footage, I think we would want to come back with some average sizes of the building so that we can kind of fine tune the amounts and get a better understanding of what this would generate.
Great.
So then this would apply, as we mentioned, I know there was some discussion about calendar year versus ongoing and rolling, but did you want to delay implementation, or is the thought that it would start really counting the time frame in 2023?
Well, I think it depends on whether a rolling basis is viable or not. But for me, at least, that's the critical decision point. And I guess if it's not viable, then how much lead time does staff estimate would be needed ahead of that August? I think it was 10th, she said, maybe 12th deadline. How many months? Because again, I'm concerned about having a tax levy based on something that happened over a year ago.
We can follow up on that.
Yeah. I don't know if we've reached 6. Maybe 6 was what we use. What does the money get used for?
No, we're on a very important one. What does the money get used for? And then the last question is, how long is the tax?
Okay. Any thoughts on what the money gets used for? That's real quick.
Thank you. One thing I feel that we've needed for years is serious code enforcement. And whether it's a full-time position or part-time position, I'd like to see some of this revenue go toward that. And there's certainly a tie in there. It's very much connected. So that's something, at least what I'd like some of it at least to go for.
Vice Mayor Teven?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's hard because all the stuff in the staff report that Oakland and San Francisco use this for, all good stuff. Hard to decide between it. I think code enforcement would make a lot of sense, as would sort of small business assistance. I think if we talk about this with residential, then it would make sense to add in housing and homelessness type stuff. Though I'm not averse to that being in there just for commercial. That's a pretty wide basket of things, but all of them would be good to me.
Carrie?
Yes, so with the small business, of course, small business assistance would help. I also would like if there were funds to, meeting, or if the building needed to be some type of work done on it and the property owner is having a hardship in that area, we would help to retrofit it for infrastructure issues, code enforcement. I'm not sure if I like the idea of using the funds for an employee, for code enforcement employee, but I think just basically focusing on the needs of a small business and to help them if they're in a hardship and what we've listed out so they can keep their business thriving. Thank you.
Yeah, ideally, this is a tax that I'm sorry, Councilman McQuaid.
I was just going to say it would be helpful to have a ballpark idea of how much funds might be generated, because I can imagine all of the things that have been suggested as being really good, but it helps to have enough money to make a difference in what we're doing. So having sort of a ballpark figure.
Thank you. Yeah, ideally, this is a tax that motivates no collectible receipts. Otherwise, it's so effective that there aren't vacancies on these timelines. And so in that regard, I wouldn't suggest necessarily, building much of a program on it, because these could come and go. I'm supportive of the revenue being invested back into the business community in various ways. One of the ways that came to mind is walking with the Blue Love crew. I know the executive director of the Solano Avenue Association has a whole encyclopedia in his mind of stranded signposts and things like that. So posts that have no signs from the past and whatnot. So this could be a revenue source for making improvements like that, for which the city doesn't have revenue specifically for at this time. So physical infrastructure improvements, clean up, straighten up, removing. I know there's still some newspaper boxes out there actually. So those are, potentially smaller ticket items, but, those kinds of things might be more appropriate for a fluctuating revenue source. And to the extent this sets up a, essentially a special fund, if it does start to accumulate money, then to the extent it accumulates money, bigger things can be done along the lines of small business assistance and or code enforcement. But my brother's is for it all basically to go back into the commercial districts.
So then the last question is the sunset provision, or is there a sunset provision for the tax?
Vice Mayor Tigan?
I don't see the need for a sunset.
Councilmember Gary?
I'm in agreement, no need for a sunset.
I would agree with that.
And it's unanimous. Because the purpose of this tax isn't the tax itself, it's the work it does to try to lower vacancy rate. So that isn't theoretically going to go away, at least not in our lifetimes, presumably. All right, I think we made it through the list. Okay, yes, Councilman McQuaid.
So have we given direction to have this be residential also? We've sort of talked around it, but for you to bring back the residential piece?
Well, I think it's a separate matter. Maybe that comes up under future agenda items. I don't know if we can provide that direction here or now for Brown Act reasons, but obviously we're heading
It'd be
down
a future agenda item to bring back, correct?
I think we'll lose track of it.
Yeah. Very good. All righty. We've done diligence on that item. Moving to 10.4, this regards the second annual Juneteenth celebration and a report and request from Councilwoman Gary.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. So I'm not going to regurgitate the memo, but there are a few changes that I want to point out. I believe we had the event starting from 10 to 5. However, we are requesting from 8 to 6 that gives a street closure that will allow the teams to set up, the bands to set up the stage. I think last year we had an incident where the stage was too small, and so they had to go back. So it was a lot of moving parts. And so this time we just want to make sure that there is time available for each component, the vendors, and the stage crew. So that's one change. The second change would be line item number 1, which was to direct staff to prepare a resolution authorizing for the Juneteenth flag. In my research, I concluded that the flying of the Juneteenth flag would not be permissible at this time of being flown at City Hall. My reason is diverted from just basically singling out a culture of people that is not promoting unity. However, I am advocating as a whole that City Council create a space where all cultures are represented at City Hall, whether that's some type of mural or whatever we want to do. That's not on the agenda, but I'm just making a suggestion. But please note that the Juneteenth flag will be flown in the space that's allotted to us. And so that's the change for line item 1. So we will have that up at Abrams Gallery to be hung up like last year it was. All in all, line item number 2, we're requesting $7,500. I'm going to go ahead and send you the invoices. I definitely don't want to ask the staff to provide literature based on the amount added, so I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to send you an email with that information. So you will have that and send it to everyone, and if you want to post it. But these are the invoices that we have to date. I know the outline of the amount was stated in the memo. However, there's a few changes. Some amounts are more, some are less, but at least this gives you and the residents transparency of what the money would be used for. I do not have the invoices for the city visual and audio support. I don't have those, and I don't have for the porta potties, but I'm assuming that it'll be the same as last year. But adding those invoices to what has been presented to you today is why we're asking up to $7,500. Also, we're asking for city sponsorship that will include name recognition as well as marketing assistance, making sure the information gets out to all the residents and businesses. And I didn't include it on here, but I also want to include public safety this time. Last year, we didn't have that. And I guess there was some type of miscommunication on the services, but I'm going to put it on record that I would like police and fire department to participate, as well as staff, to come and be a part of the celebration. Last year, we had an excellent celebration, and I think this year will be even more with what we have the lineup. We're still working on the logistics and making sure we have the program out. Again, it will start with the educational component, where we'll have speakers, we'll have a welcome. I will invite some of you council members to, if you decide you want to welcome the community to this event. And then we'll have a keynote speaker. And then, like as last year, we'll have the bands that will come out and perform at various times. So with that said, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor Jordan, to open it up for questions.
Councilor McQuaid, Vice Mayor Tiedemann, do you have any questions?
Did you receive email? I guess that's my question. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
I don't have time to read it.
No. Let's see. So yeah, I had a few questions. Thank you for putting this together. Seeing me, some of the items that were requested of the city under number 4 were also included in the event budget. Like I think the portable toilet was under number 4 in the report, but that's also a cost item, I presume, for the $7,500. I just want to make sure I was understanding what I was seeing.
So you're talking about the financial impact, the outline? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, well, let me go, I'm actually open it up. It hasn't gone from my notes here. So let's see. So there's a request for the $7,500, which is number 2.
Correct.
And then number 4, authorize allocation of city resources for the event.
So number 4 is part of, thank you, Mayor Jordan. So number 4 would be a part of the $7,500. Like I said, I don't have those invoices in front of me, and I'm hoping that it will be the same as last year. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, that's just what I want.
So it's not that amount. That's correct.
Yeah, okay. On number 4, one of the items was the additional waste receptacles. Would that fall under the special events provision of our franchise agreement with Waste Management, or did it last year, or were those, I don't know how that was met. Public Works just provide them. I don't know.
Came out, if you want to ask city manager, she was instrumental in providing that support.
Okay, just because I know Solano Stroll, I think does Waste Management support Solano Stroll? I know they have those kind of cool setups that they have. Yes, city manager.
Sure. Yeah, we're allotted a certain number of special events per year for Waste Management to provide those containers. So it was either Waste Management or Public Works. Public Works staff was on site for the entire event last year. So either one works for us. And I believe we are under our number with Waste Management. So we can have those containers.
Okay. Yeah, just because if it fits in our franchise agreement and we're paying for it, might as well avail ourselves of it. I do see, I think I failed to go to public comment because nobody had their hand raised, but somebody does have their hand raised now. Admit. Yes, Councilmember McQuaid.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused about the invoices. And I'm sorry, we just got them, so I'm not really able to figure them out. Normally, when we contract with people, at least when I've done events with the city, they do a W-9 for tax purposes, and
the W-9. I just received these invoices, just like you just received them. I just received them today. There's still one outstanding invoice, but I didn't have time to get that. She didn't provide that, but I do have the W-9s. there is a account set up through Yes to Juneteenth where the money would go. That account holder is Rob Abrams. He's not available to be here, but he is the one that's sponsoring this event, and all monies will go into that account, which the monies from that account will pay for these invoices. But the W-9s we do have.
I guess I'm a little confused as to why they're not going through the city.
The question is, we're asking for 7,500. If council wants it to go through the city, we can have that conversation through Rob once we get funding. If you want the account, it's an organization that has been set up. And I guess my question is, why wouldn't the money go to the organization that's been set up with the bank account? And that's set up with the county.
Okay. With the bank account and what?
And it's set up through the county. The account is.
Okay. I guess, I think we're thinking about different models for events, and I just want to make sure that everybody's sort of on the same page. And if that's the model, that's fine. I'm just confused, but that's fine.
When you refer to model, do you mean the model of how the city would participate or contribute financially or pay for?
Yeah, I think we're still in the figuring this all out stages. And so that's why I'm trying to make sure that we sort of are on the same page on this.
Well, let me ask you this. How does the city, the money that we gave to Solano, how is that being distributed? Is that going directly to a Solano Association account, or is the city receiving the invoices for what the Solano Association spent and you're paying based on those invoices?
I have the question for
some information from staff on that.
So to repeat the question, it was the contribution that the city makes to the Solano Stroll, for example. Is that a direct contribution to the Solano Avenue Association as essentially the fiscal sponsor of that, or does the city receive particular invoices and pay those invoices directly?
For the contribution to the Solano Avenue Association, we pay them directly. They do invoice us, so there is a chain of custody to that funding allocation based on council action.
Yes, I mean, it seems like a fiscal sponsor approach is more streamlined for the city in terms of providing a contribution to a fiscal sponsor, which sounds like there is a fiscal sponsor that has been set up that has a tax ID number and all those financial requirements. So that's what seems to make sense to me in terms of streamlining. I believe that's what's proposed. Would support that. Okay. Are there any other?
I don't have any more questions right now.
Okay. Now, if you may, City Clerk, sorry about the misfire there. And my apologies. Welcome back.
Oh, everything's okay. Thank you. So I'm listening and I'm paying attention. So I'm not going to ask too many questions. I'm just going to say one thing that's, important that might help everybody. So number 4, we're talking about the audiovisual, and all I could think of is Jeremy Allen with Albany TV. And I hope that's okay, because I think that's a great city resource. I think we have a portable video camera. And, I foresee this event happening next year and following year. I see it foreseeing it a foreseeable event, continuing event. And so we're going to be discussing the same things every year. And there's only about so many things we need to figure out. So I'm not going to ask where the money's coming from and get all specific and everything. I think it's a great event. And I just think that number 4, it'd be great if Jeremy Allen or could have some policy to come to all citywide events or all events, because maybe at the end of the year, we can have a city yearbook, a video or a DVD or something that the citizens can buy, and it'll have a whole year's worth of events. Have Juneteenth and Solano Stroll, and so I think this would be great for the Albany TV to record with the audio visual, and maybe include the high school. Let's ask the school district and the high school if they want to send some audio visual students, and they could do a video, and it could be part of their college resume or something, or so there's multiple avenues for the audio visual. And I think the city support, I think number 5, I think it's number 5. I'm waiting for the screen to flip. Oh, there it goes. It's still number 4. Allocate city resources. And, for me, I think allocating city resources means, to me, it interprets the police department and the fire department and city staff. And it would be wonderful for those resources to come show support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Not seeing another. Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for your comment. Also note that we are working with the school district. The Black Parent Advisory Club has also reached out to us. So we are trying to include students. This is Father's Day, so we're trying to make it a family-friendly event to include fathers or children, parents, and things like that. So we did reach out to the school district, and we're just waiting to hear back from them.
Thank you. Councilwoman McQuaid.
As you think about reaching out, is the Solano Avenue Association and the Chamber at least participating is not the right word, but are you using them as a publicity vehicle? Because they have great publicity.
So basically, we have reached out to the Solano Association, and we have reached out to the chambers. And again, I'm waiting to hear back from them. Again, this is April. We're trying to get a jump on it because last year the attendance was very low because we didn't do our part as far as marketing. We got it together within 2 weeks. So we're glad we did have a nice event. But I think this year, now that we're back open, Berkeley will be having their event. We also want to bring some of that atmosphere over to Albany as well.
Yeah. So maybe taking a cue from last time, just go down the line here. Number 1 of the 5 is been taken off the table. Number 2 is city financial support. I do have a question on that, the items that I totaled that were specified came out to less than $5,000. So I imagine
we do have another invoice again from another band. I tried to push to get that. I just haven't. So there maybe an invoice or 2 that's out there that is forthcoming. And if need be, if I need to present that, I will follow up and present that as well.
Are there other funders of the event?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. We have reached out to businesses in the city. Again, we have the Solano Stroll. They're campaigning for sponsors, and we are too. So we're kind of like an impasse, but we're hopeful that more businesses, small businesses, and contributors will be reaching out. But if not, again, we're just trying to reach out to the city first.
All right. Well, so on number 2 is the request for $7,500. What are thoughts on that? I guess I'll go first. I mean, the $5,000, if that's what remains in the council discretionary fund, I'm certainly amenable to having that go to this event, particularly as we're running down towards the end of the fiscal year. As to the rest, I don't know where that would come from. I mean, it is a $24 million budget, so it's easy to say, well, there's that money there somewhere, but it is a budget also. So I don't know where specifically it would come from, how that would work. looking for creative ideas on that. City manager.
Just to comment on the additional funds, if the council were to go for the full amount, we can realize that in overall budget savings. It's a fairly reasonable amount given the overall budget.
Okay. I never want to presume, but we've gotten the word. So with that, I support the request. Looks like Vice Mayor Tiedemann is in support. Probably, well, I don't know, we can potentially roll as if no motion, but we'll take a motion for an action such as this. Item 3 is direct staff to prepare a resolution authorizing a street event encroachment permit and associated street closure. I think we're probably all in agreement on that.
Right, and I also just want to make clarity to line item number 3. Last year, it was across the street where Mr. C's restaurant was. And due to some safety concerns, you know, as people are crossing the street going from Rob's Gallery to Mr. C's, I thought it would be best to have it all in one location and block it off. As I was looking at the crowd, there were kids out in the street. Anyone could have got injured, and that would have been on us. So I just want to make sure that the safety components are in place, and that's why we switched it over to the other side of the sign.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Not seeing any objection to 3. Yes, Councilman McQuaid.
I don't have an objection, but you did bring up something in my head, Councilmember Gary. Who carries the insurance on this? Is it only the city? Does Abrams Gallery cover it?
Abrams Gallery purchasing event insurance if he hasn't already, but that will be covered.
That's perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Number 4, I think, if I understand correctly, is essentially a part of number 2 in terms of the city's support. Okay, seeing a nod, yes there. And number 5, city sponsorship, name recognition, assistance with marketing. I presume the city would market this through eNows and the other usual ways that it markets events. I don't know if there was any more than that in mind with this, just that. Okay. All right. Well, I think we're at the point where we can have a motion. Somebody wants to make a motion. Or I can make a motion. Move us along. So I will move that the city contribute $7,500 to the financial sponsor for the Juneteenth event in Albany this year. Staff to bring back a resolution authorizing the street event encroachment permit, which I should say will be at no cost to the event, and associated street closure, and that the city will market the event through its usual channels.
I'll second that, but
okay. I don't know, Councilor McQuaid, were you going to second or?
No, I was going to ask for a friendly amendment.
Okay.
To change your wording to up to $7,500 rather than flat fee.
Very good. Thank you. I accept that amendment as the second. Accept that amendment. Second accepts that amendment. I see my thumbs up. So it's been moved by myself, seconded by Vice Mayor Tiedemann. What I just laid out. City Clerk, would you please poll the council?
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
yes.
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
And Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Looking forward to it. It was fun last year.
Now we move to new business. Item 11-1, request to fly progress pride. And Councilmember Gary. I mean, can't blame that on dyslexia. Councilmember McQuaid, would you like to make some comments about your request?
Sure, thank you. Traditionally, the city of Albany has flown either the pride flag or the progressive pride flag during the month of June at City Hall, the Torch, and the Community Center. This is according to our in accordance with our policy, it's been requested by a council member. It seems appropriate to change that a little bit to flying the flag only at City Hall in perpetuity, similar to the flag of the Confederated Villages of de La Jean, demonstrating our commitment to the visibility, dignity, equity of every member of our community. This proposal, as it's written, also codifies the location of any additional temporary commemorative flag, which would be under the Confederated flag of La Jean and the Progressive Pride flag, as well as the procedure to be followed when the flag is flown at half staff, which means removal of all the flags on the secondary pole. So I'm asking council to authorize or give staff direction to draft a resolution authorizing the Progressive Pride flag be permanently flown at City Hall beginning June 1st, 2022.
Yeah. Are there any questions? I do not see any attendees have their hand raised. Now would be the time if you would like to comment. Not seeing any hand raised. Are there any thoughts on this request? I'll offer, I'm not particularly inclined to this being indefinite. I think you relayed that in the past it's been for Pride Month. That to me seems more fitting and appropriate than it being indefinite. I also don't know. I mean, the Progress flag kind of conflates different civil rights movements in some sense, and I'm not sure that those are best conflated into Gay Pride Month or into a single flag. I don't know. I'm not a person of color. I'm not a LGBTQ plus person, so I cannot myself weigh in with an opinion on that. I just don't know what the perspectives are in those communities about having all of them represented on one flag. Yes, Councilman.
I would say that I believe it was 2 years ago, we were going to fly the traditional Pride flag and received a comment from a member of the public requesting that we fly the Progressive Pride flag, that it was more inclusive. And so we switched to that, I think either last year or 2 years ago. I'm sorry, I don't exactly remember, but that was why I included it again this year in that manner.
Okay. Let's say my preference is to fly for Pride Month rather than indefinitely. If there's thoughts from the other two council members on those two different possibilities. It's going to take a motion eventually. I'm hoping you don't abstain.
Are you ready for a motion?
I think we are ready for motion since we're not getting more feedback. Please make a motion.
Okay, I'll move that council direct staff to draft a resolution authorizing the Progress Pride flag be flown permanently at Albany City Hall effective June 1st, 2022.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. City Clerk, please poll the council.
Councilmember Gary?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
Councilmember McQuay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
Unfortunately, we're feeling the loss of our fifth council member, but a tie vote, the motion does not pass. So I guess I'll make a substitute motion to fly the Pride Progress flag for the month of June.
Second.
Could I ask the city attorney if that fits under this agenda topic? I'm happy to do that. I just want to make sure we're in the right place here.
Give me 1 second. I have the agenda up, but for some reason it's not pulling.
Yes, the motion would actually be for staff to bring back a resolution to that effect.
I think it would, because it's just instead of the permanent aspect, it's modifying it. So I think it would be fine.
It's been moved and seconded to request staff to bring back a resolution regarding flying the Pride Progress flag for the month of June. Clerk, would you please poll the council?
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, is that a yes or no?
That was a yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Tiedemann
Yes.
and Councilmember Gary.
No.
And the motion carries.
All right. Moving on to 11-2, this regards potentially waiving the bike parking installation fee. Is on the master's fee schedule. This item itself wouldn't actually waive the fee. It would potentially direct staff to bring back an amendment to the master fee schedule. And I can provide a little more colorful background in the dry report that I wrote, which is that in visiting Solano Eye Care with my wife, which is relocated from Berkeley, fronting on Albany, to Albany, west of San Pablo Avenue. I was informed by the optician in a conversation that they had been required to install or have installed a bike rack on the public property in front of the business, which was news to me. They did a major remodel, so it was a part of the condition of approval of that remodel, as I understand it, or some aspect of their moving their operation there. And they characterize it as expensive. So I looked at the master fee schedule, and it's about $600 to install a plain inverted U galvanized rack. By comparison, the bike-shaped bike racks that I'm sure you've seen around town, so many places, those cost businesses about $350, or have in the past. They might be higher now because steel has gone up, but about $350. Strollers and Rollers has partnered providing the other $350, and the city itself has done the installation at no cost. So what has resulted is a rack that is not as iconic and doesn't actually have as many spaces at higher cost business. And the other aspect of this that got my attention was that the city does not charge businesses to construct car parking spaces on the public right of way, or so just as a matter of equity and as a matter of supporting our climate action, transportation being the sector that's responsible for more greenhouse pollution than any other sector. I'm bringing forward this item to waive the fee for businesses that are required to install a bike parking rack or have one installed, and instead pay the cost of that out of the reserve fund for climate action and adaptation that is set up out of Measure DD funds. I don't know if there's any questions on that. Yes, Councilman Geary.
I have a question. So this is just for businesses only, and not like, I think I've had this conversation with you before, but regarding like residential apartment buildings and things like that. I didn't know if that was part of your proposal. I think that would be a great idea, but if that needs to come back later, that's fine. But I'm in agreement with what you've proposed. I just wanted to ask that clarifying question, that's all.
Yeah, so my understanding is, which may be wrong, is that the current code regarding new residences requires long-term bike parking. So this would not be bike parking at a rack on the public right-of-way, because bike would not be secure there. That requires bike parking within the private building or on the private property itself. And so that cost would be borne by the developer. But to the extent that there is a residential development that wants to have its cycling parking or have cycling parking installed in the public right-of-way, this fee would be waived for them too. It's agnostic. It's just a change of the master fee schedule to waive that fee for whoever wants to have a rack installed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? I do see a hand raised. Clerk, if you would welcome them in. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, we want to encourage people to ride bikes, and so you know, waiving the bike parking installation fee is it's kind of an ongoing topic in Albany. We talk about bike parking every day, it seems like. I mean, well, there's so many city meetings. I attend them all, so we always talk about bike parking. Yeah, I think if we're talking about the commercial and we're talking about installing bike racks on the side of the building, you know, it can't be in the right of way. But if we're talking about, you know, installing the bike racks, you know, just on Solano, the city bike racks, those are great. I think that we should be able to have these bike racks, the fee could be waived. You know, I hope it gets used a lot. And what is the fee right now? I'm not sure. Did you already mention that the fee is for the bike rack? I know the bike rack costs money itself. So, and that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to reiterate that the fee on the current master fee schedule is just a bit under $600. That covers basically the rack installed by the city. Are there any further comments or discussion on this? Yes, Councilmember McQuaid. Looks like you've had to maybe switch the button.
I can never get through a meeting without switching devices, and I can never find anything on this device. I'm sorry, because I was switching devices, I heard you, but my brain didn't totally hear you.
That's okay. No problem. You want me to recap?
No, I'll just ask you a couple of questions. Would it work to eliminate the fee for the URACs, which is what the city fee covers at this point, and then leave the bike rack program as it is? Is that what you're proposing, or?
Yes, that is what I'm proposing.
Okay.
Part of the recommendation is if the action goes forward and the master fee schedule is adjusted to waive the fee, it will actually be cheaper if the city connects businesses that are required or entities that are required to install bike parking in the right of way to stroller and rollers. That would end up with potentially less cost to the city. So the third part of the recommendation was to encourage staff to make that connection. For instance, in the case of Solano Eye Care, they could have let Solano Eye Care know, hey, there's this program, and you can go talk to this group, and you'll get you can consider getting just a plain rack from the city, or you could get this, other rack if you're willing to put in some money.
Okay. And this is kind of a tangential question, but as we've got so many more bike racks than we had, say, 10 years ago, is there any data showing there's less car use, less cars parking? Is there any data like that anywhere?
Well, the data that I showed, well, it was in a report. I don't know if I showed it, but the data from the American Community Survey, which for Albany size is a 5-year rolling survey. Results come out every year for the previous 5 years rolled together. And it's the only data stream I know regarding how people choose to get around. It only regards how people choose to commute to work. So it's not everything, but it is a consistent data stream. And that shows that the percentage of people that choose to drive alone to work has gone down from, I think it was the 5 years to 2010 to the 5 years to 2019. It went down from 55% to under 40%. a massive decline in Albany. If you look at it in absolute numbers, there was a decline of about 500 people on a basis of 4,500 workers. The reason the percentage declined so much is because the number of workers in Albany increased dramatically over that time period. And you can't say to a person, but the increase essentially was taken up by people getting to work other than by driving. So whether or not that translates into an increase, decrease, or no change in parking demand on Solano, I can't say, but there is a pretty dramatic shift in Albany as a whole towards means of transit that are other than driving alone, based on that data.
Right, and I would agree it doesn't really address my question, but that's the data there is. Okay, thank you.
The other data is the survey that was done regarding the parklets. It found that of those who responded, it was 1,400 respondents, which was quite a few. About 80% responded that they walk to Solano, 50% responded that they drive, and 20% responded that they bike, which is more than 100%, but that's because people can check more than one box. Only 15% of people checked that they only drive, but they don't use other means. So it's another data point for whatever it's worth.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think since this is my item, I'll take the liberty to move things along and move that that the council directs staff to prepare an amendment to the master fee schedule, waiving the fee for installation of bicycle parking in the public right-of-way, and required as a condition of approval. Pay the cost of such installation from Measure DD Greenhouse Pollution and Climate Change Adaptation Reserve, and encourage the city to explore co-funding more iconic and consequently expensive, although not expensive, more expensive to the city, bike parking racks with Albany strollers and rollers.
Seconded.
Not seeing any other indications of discussion. City Clerk, will you please poll the council?
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Gary,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Well, that brings us to our council member reports on appointed representation of Albany and other meetings and events. Are there any volunteers? Yes, Councilmember Gary. Thank you.
Let's start first. And some of this reflect back to the beginning of April because we had a long meeting and we didn't go over that. So just wanted to make mention of that. So I attended the ABC North Cal chapter graduation. That is where they do apprenticeships and trades for men and women. One takeaway from that, I was truly inspired. There's 3 women out of all these men, and they have electrician like certificates. I was just excited to see them excited, and that they went through the program. They had the employers there, and they were excited. They spoke a lot of positive things towards them. And another takeaway is that a teacher stood up and he said, you know, the one thing that you have that no one else has, and we're all quiet, and he said, you don't have student loan. And so I thought that was funny. He's like, he's absolutely right. That program is completely paid for. So I thought that was an amazing event. And the women and all the graduates, they did an excellent job. But just see the women that hung in there. They said it's a long program, very tedious. So I did attend that graduation. The next meeting was the Alameda County Board, Library Board meeting. And I did attend the grand opening of the library, very beautiful in Newark. One of the takeaways that I took from the meeting was simply the manager spoke at the library, and he spoke about discrimination and how that sometimes, you know, he's a lot of, and don't quote me, that he's seen it, but it's, you know, hasn't been dealt with in a manner that it should. And so he was going to make sure that he focused more on everyone being included in the library, no matter what the case may be, without, you know, removing the discrimination component. So I thought that was very good. The second thing was that at the library board, they spoke about getting cities to contribute funds to the library as far as staffing, so we can have longer hours now that school is back in. So they just touched on that a little bit, but they didn't go into much detail, but I wanted to share that. One thing that I know that we did sunset the library board, but it would be great if we could have the library manager come in maybe on a quarterly basis, just to make sure that we're not missing anything, right? If there's any discrimination matters, reading, whatever the case may be, I think we should have that conversation available for us on a quarterly basis or however you see fit. So that's just a suggestion. And let's see, was there any other meetings? I believe that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 50-50. Who's it going to be? Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
I don't think I have anything to report because the only meeting I've had was an EBC closed session meeting. So there's not much I can share about it, but I'll have more because my next EBC Board of Directors meeting is on Wednesday.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go. I think the thing that was probably the most interesting was I attended the Chamber of Commerce Citizen of the Year Awards, which went to Zion and Julia Lee, who, among other things, volunteer countless hours at the Senior Center. And then also last week was the Youth of the Year, Elizabeth Davidson of Albany High School. And she's a wonderful young woman who will be going off to school in Connecticut in the fall, and has done some great work with the theater groups and other volunteer projects at the high school and in the community. We had a housing authority meeting. I attended the East Bay Mud Water briefing, did a presentation for some Cub Scouts over the weekend. We've started planning for United Against Hate Week. The East Bay Division of the League had an in-person meeting. And then, the County Transportation Commission had a retreat. So I represented Supervisor Carson at that. And that's about it. Lots of webinars.
Thank you. I met with Supervisor Carson and one of his staff members and the city manager at the supervisor's instigation, which I very much appreciated. We spoke about the provision of mental health response to the city by Alameda County Behavioral Health and the opportunities and problems with that. One problem being Albany's on the other side of the city that has its own mental health response, so we're somewhat of an island. We discussed if money could be transitioned from the county to Berkeley, what would that look like potentially? So they were kind enough to take some action items to explore that. We also took, I also conveyed that behavioral health had let us know, I think it was last summer in the presentation, that they had funding for a second team for North County. The problem wasn't the funding, it was the staffing. It was finding people who would fit that role, who wanted to be in that position. So they're going to look into that and get back to us. I also apprised them of the cycling route that Alameda County Transportation Commission is hoping to enhance on the west side of San Pablo, of which the Adams Bicycle Boulevard is one part. And so they welcome learning about that. And at the same time, I apprised them of the graduate student residences that will be built and the new residences at the Albany Bowl property. At the mayor's conference meeting, there was a presentation on CalAIM. AIM is an acronym. I apologize, I don't remember what it stands for, AIM. But as I understand it, which I may not understand it very well, but it seemed to be a programmatic advance of Medi-Cal to coordinate and extend all government programs to support health in its entirety and all its dimensions. So rather than say medical insurance or medical service, where that tends to come in once a problem has occurred, this was trying to look at health more holistically to keep people healthy from the start by looking at questions of shelter, provision of food and whatnot. I think that will be a pretty substantial advance for the state, something that's rolled out statewide that was pioneered or piloted at least in the county and some other counties over the last many years. The Alameda County Mosquito Abatement District is a founding member of a JPA called CalOSHA, which is, again, another acronym. But this is an alternative, essentially money market fund, which has been being set up by a company that exclusively runs funds for government agencies. It provides valuation on a shorter time frame, and it provides greater liquidity. It has lower cost. So the district is transitioning one of its reserve funds into that fund as a starter, and it will also have a representative on the board since it's new, a new JPA. And let's see, the Stop Waste Programs and Administration Committee recommended an increase to the staff expenditure authorization limit and the no bid and informal bid limits. Increase those to, well, made a recommendation, increase the staff authorization limit to $100,000. There was an interesting review of authorization limits across multiple jurisdictions in the area. So we'll probably pass that to staff since other staff did that work, and that could be something handy for Albany staff to have. And yeah, and then I'll also mention I was invited to give a presentation to Albany Rotary. I presented under the rubric of policy based on data for Albany. And the club was quite receptive, and they wanted another phase since we didn't get all the way through it. So I'm going to be going back in June, as I understand it. So I appreciated that opportunity. And with that, well, yes, I see hand raised. So if you have questions on our reports, yes, thank you, City Clerk. You have 1 minute to question or comment.
Yes, thank you. So I had a question. I noticed that the one on the bottom, the paratransit, the PAPCO subcommittee, I was just wondering if there was a good reason why it does not have representation. I'm sure there's ADA people or disabled or handicapped or quadriplegic or someone out there that really needs a voice. And we got a city council up here that's our voice representing the public. We all voted for you, but it just says NA or vacant. So I was wondering if there's a good reason why nobody's on it. And then it would be nice if somebody could be on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you raising that. I don't know if there's any institutional memory that the city manager or maybe even Councilmember McQuaid might be able to share regarding that vacancy.
I think it's subject to application. I'll look into it. The last person we had applied and then was appointed by the council. So let me get the details on exactly what that process looks like.
Okay, I think that is an appropriate transition to future agenda items. I will add that to future agenda items. Come back when appropriate. And I also have librarian report to council, which was raised during the meeting, and residential vacancy tax, which potentially could come back as its own item or an item combined with the business vacancy tax. Anybody have other future agenda items? Yes, Councilmember Gary.
I would like us to wrap up with the task force and the police accountability committee and see if we can get that moving forward. We just approved the first reading of AB 481, and I think we need to allow this police accountability committee to go forward. So I know you stated last meeting that it was a language that we had difference of opinion on with what we brought forward in the meeting in April 2nd, but that shouldn't hold up this accountability police committee. So if we can get that, start selecting, getting people in place, and then as we move forward, we probably could address that. That's just my thought on it. But I would like us to see us move forward with finishing what we started on this.
In that regard, is the task force scheduled its meeting?
So we didn't get a quorum, at least that was my understanding. And so there's no need to drag our feet on. Let's see if we can get it on the agenda. And then I guess during the time when they meet, they can discuss the budget, go through it, whatever the case may be, or present things to us as a council, the task force can. But right now, there's no meeting forthcoming at this time.
Okay. All right, well, so we can agendize it to discuss it. Anything else to have future agenda items?
Also, would like to hear, I know we had Park and Rec, I think on April 2nd to come and speak, but would like to learn more about the Albany Hill where we're at today. We haven't had the business outdoor dining, just want to see where we're at to date on that as well.
Okay.
And one more thing, I'm sorry. So I wanted to give an update from Curative. That's the testing, COVID testing that we have. So they did provide, as of November 30th, when we started, it looks like they did 2,168 tests. They stated that most of the testing comes from residents here in Albany, Kensington, El Cerrito, Richmond, Berkeley. Overall, they would like to stay in Albany. So she has requested that they add an additional day, which is not going to be a charge to the city. And she's looking at Thursdays. I'm sorry, I didn't get this email until today because my computer was out. She sent this back last week, so I apologize for that. But if we can get staff to look into this, again, it's free for us to have an extra day. It looks like that is very well received with the residents and the nearby residents, so it's a good thing. So I just wanted to drop that off.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann, Councilmember McQuaid, future items. Okay. I do see an attendee who has their hand raised. You have 1 minute. Hopefully 30 seconds so we can not have to extend.
So I want to have future agenda item of school zones, implementing school zones in our municipal code book. Also, I wanted to remind Peggy of that one future agenda item earlier in the meeting. And I want to suggest a future agenda item of putting up a new flagpole somewhere in the city of Albany, a social justice flagpole somewhere. Create one, build one, so that way we could fly, whatever social justice flags we want, anytime, we want, kind of thing, and not have to go through so many people's permission. I think that's it.
Thank you. And with that, I believe we have.
Can I just ask a question really fast? Sure. Since we're already a minute over. Yeah. I want to go back to the curative, what the process is on that.
Please elaborate on that question, the process as far as.
I mean, is that a staff level question, or does that need to come to council?
Yeah, that's kind of my question is.
Okay.
How does that work?
Thank you. City manager, if you would like to.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it certainly could be a staff level arrangement at this point in time. I'm happy to coordinate with the curative representative, and they've been a welcome asset service provider.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you for asking. And with that, I'm we're 2 minutes over, but I am amazed when I'm looking at this agenda. I did not think we would be as productive as we have been. So thank you all very much. Vice Mayor Tiedemann, Councilmember Gary, Councilmember McQuaid, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk, and KALB, as always, hanging with us, and some diehard attendees. Much appreciated. And I look forward to our next meeting.
We know who the chatty one is now.